the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Reynolds Defense Firm. If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys that you can put your trust into. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on the Fan. On the hardwood tonight, the Blazers back in action visiting the Atlanta Hawks. DeAndre Ayton, Scoot Henderson, Bryce McGowens, Robert Williams all out for Portland. Jeremy Grant is doubtful. Anthony Simons is a game-time decision. Tip-off is at 4:30. The Blazers are 5-point road dogs. Elsewhere around the league, 5 players suspended as a fallout from that Pistons T-Wolves scuffle on Sunday. Detroit's Isaiah Stewart will miss 2 games, while Marcus Sasser, Ron Holland, Dante DiVincenzo, and Naz Reid will all be sidelined for a game. In the college game, Maryland is hiring Texas A&M head coach Buzz Williams to replace Mark Willard in College Park. On the college gridiron, Mizzou quarterback Drew Pine is in the transfer portal again. He'll be looking to join his 4th team for the upcoming season. And in the NFL, Calais Campbell signs a 1-year deal with the Cardinals to play his 18th NFL season. It's worth $5.5 million with another $2 million that could be earned through incentives. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The original home of the Herd with Colin Cowherd. Weekdays 9 to noon, 1080 The Fan.
What's the most resilient parasite?
Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Can build cities, can transform the world, and rewrite all the rules.
That's what I'm going to be doing every single night.
Which is why... No! I have to steal it.
What are you talking about, Willis?
This is Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
It's going to work. It's passable, okay? This isn't terrible.
The best in local, regional, and national sports. With no hidden agenda. Primetime with Isaac and Sue on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
What's up?
Welcome back.
Thanks. Does anybody know my password to the computer?
I find it fascinating. You've been gone for one day, actually a weekend, and then a day, and you're completely flummoxed. You've been locked out of your computer.
Well, I will say, maybe it's 3.
Have you tried my password?
What? What's that?
That's one of the common is just saying my password. You know.
No, I know it's one of 2, but it won't accept either, and that pisses me off.
Are you sure that it's one of those 2?
Yes, because I just changed it.
That means you put in.
Well, no, I don't know.
You changed one thing and you don't remember.
No, I got both passwords. It's not taking either one of them.
Makes you feel any better. My computer.
Have I been fired?
My computer won't even turn on. Yeah, you got locked out of the building.
Oh no.
They just have yet to inform me.
One of those sort of situations. I came in from practice once and all my stuff was in a trash bag. No one bothered to tell me, so.
And it makes me sad.
It happens. Don't mind us. Just
1, 2. I'm too dumb. I don't even think about things like that. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what to do. What do you do?
My guess is you call IT and they reset the password.
You have an
is
iPad.
no
You'll get through it.
Yeah, no, I'm good on my iPad, but I need the fart drops.
I'm guessing Joey or whatever you're going to call him this time is probably the man.
Is Johnny here?
And he was sitting in Cooley's office maybe 20 minutes ago. So I'd catch him now, though, because he does leave right around this time.
He doesn't stay till 5?
That's a negative. That's a negative on the 5 o'clock thing. I'm usually
really leaving a little early, huh?
I think he takes off,
a little early, huh?
But I think he often starts early because he gets pestered by Swag.
Yeah. I think Swagard one day will get murdered by Joey because I listen to them in the morning sometimes walking the dog, and then I just go on the app, and so I start from the beginning. And I would say that 60% of the time, Dirt and Sprague start off a show with some sort of complaint about YouTube or and it's usually not an on-air thing necessarily. They don't like that the YouTube is fuzzy. They're very big into the 9 people that watch our channel on YouTube.
What do you mean?
Well, it's like either the YouTube picture isn't right or the sound isn't right or the chat room. They get very angry about that sort of stuff, and I think they bother Joey early in the morning.
And yeah, Joey,
I believe one time they called that like an emergency engineer number because the printer wasn't working.
Yeah. Well, as it's been well documented here, one time our old boss, Kim, was sitting in her office like on a really bad call. Like we're getting ready to fire people for budgetary concerns sort of call. And Swag loitered outside of her office for like 40 minutes. And so Kim thought that there must be some sort, because she was doing the wave off, you know?
Here's the situation.
I'm busy. And eventually she was like, crap, he must need something. It was to tell her that they were out of K-Cups. They needed more coffee pods.
It's over.
What's important?
Yeah, it's not a. That's. You would think that maybe you could understand, like you could tell by her look that was maybe an important call. No, had to.
Hold on, everybody.
How are you gonna get K? How are you gonna do a show in the morning without K cups?
Boom.
Did you figure it out,
dude? While you were talking, this is how technically savvy I am.
Oh boy.
While you were talking on the radio moments ago,
Yeah, that's called chewing clock while you were over there doing whatever the hell it was you were doing.
I was able to reset my password on my iPad.
There you go.
And I am now very close to playing farts. I'm in. Now, if I can just remember, I need to write down the one I just changed it to.
Are you going to be that
They
guy?
They make us change our passwords way too often around here.
Are you going to be that guy that has the password written on the computer just on a sticky note?
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I mean,
Until you forget to change the note.
You can get in my... I mean, what is somebody... Seriously, if somebody had access to my Odyssey account, what are they getting?
Well...
What are they, honestly?
Do you really want to go down...
Yeah.
We've had this. I don't even know if we're allowed to.
I think there's two different things.
They can put viruses in your computer.
Well, I don't have a computer.
What did you just log into?
Well, it's my iPad.
Yeah, but it's connected to Odyssey.
Oh, you're talking about this computer here?
All of it. It's all connected through Odyssey and the email.
I know we've been through that once.
I think we've actually been through it twice. Which is why we have all of the safety measures.
By the way, the YouTubers very excited. They've been a topic of conversation already, and there are 57 of them watching at this moment.
All right.
No one takes those 57 viewers more seriously than Dirt and Sprague and Swag. That is of utmost importance. So you YouTube bros out there or broettes, just know, at least the morning show, very, very concerned that you guys have the ability to watch and listen. But yeah, we've had people be infiltrated before because of those sorts of things.
Yeah, no, I knew that.
And it's not good.
I was thinking more of like any secrets or like.
I guarantee you don't have any jet age bombing Yemen secrets on your computer.
You can get my email if you want. Could you answer a few of them for me?
But they can get into yours and then send emails from your account to someone else, and then when they open it, the entire system goes boom.
Well, would that be a bad thing?
Yeah, it costs a lot of money to not have that happen.
Yeah, but have you seen our system?
Rob just taking a flamethrower to the corporate security accounts. I love it.
Yeah, they make us jump through way too many hoops.
They do
here.
make us jump through a lot of hoops, yes.
Now, I'm hoping this
Odyssey
is
station.
not an April Fool's, but somebody in the text line says, I'm a gardener for the city of Portland, and they make us change our iPhone codes every 2 weeks.
Well...
That's nuts.
I don't know about every 2 weeks, but so if you don't know what happens now is that no one hacks your email and gives a rip, but they put spyware on your company system, and then they take control of your system, and then they say you will pay us X amount of dollars or your system is gone. And for most places, you can't have your system just completely erased, and people usually end up paying. It's modern day piracy, and it's not good. Have you ever seen I'll look it up, but the numbers that cost companies a year, it's a staggering amount that pay for play schemes that people run.
Well, they can have our system.
They take it.
I'm not paying.
Rob's like, I'm not paying.
If the company wants to pay, that's
all
fine.
your fart sounders gone forever, Rob.
Well, we can find new farts.
Are you all right over there now?
I love listening to you drink your water.
No,
or is that a beer? Are you drinking on the air?
That's what I'm doing. Well, you seem to be quite occupied right now.
I'm just saving my password here.
Okay, so
just got to get everything right.
It's a great start. It's a great start. We're glad you're back.
Thanks.
Just right back in the saddle. How was golf or cat AIDS or whatever it was?
Well, we got rained out yesterday, fella.
That's no good.
I'm watching Oregon State basketball. Is this live?
Yeah, they're in the whatever that crown thing is. The college, but it's in Vegas, and it's
look at them battling
the college crown thing or whatever.
Yeah, they're battling Central Florida.
We're running. There's 9 people there. We're running ads for it. If you want to know how pervasive gambling is, we're now running. What is it? The Bet Network or whatever? What do we run those ads for?
Oh,
BetQL.
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 Well, no, they've rebranded now. They are BetMGM.
Yeah, BetMGM. And so this is, I think, at the MGM. And so if you listen now, we're promoting this hot new basketball tournament. that's basically just, I think it's the old CIT.
It's just so you can gamble.
Just pushing bodies to the window.
Yes.
Pushing bodies to the window.
I mean, I do enjoy the fact that for TV they've tried to like turn down the lights so you can't see that there's no one there. But I mean that when I say that there is no one there.
Hey, we got a tie ball game though. Good ball game.
You could count every person there.
Good little ball game.
Yeah.
I was reading that Oregon State has lost its top 3 scorers to the portal.
Yeah, so those guys aren't here.
And UCF has lost its top scorer and 6 other players to the portal. There are 10 players in all. No, 11, because Oregon State lost another guy.
Yeah.
There are 11 players not playing in this game.
Yeah, it's an important tournament.
Here at
Go Beavers! How about that?
Here at the Crown.
There was a team.
And yet the Beavers still winning. I mean, is there anything the Tinkler can't do?
Make the NCAA tournament.
Yeah. Well, he did. He made the the Elite Eight. I mean, come on,
or
man.
the NIT or the CBI.
Give that man a raise.
Who was it? There was I forget who it was. It was the team that won the Horizon League championship. I forget who it was, but whoever won the Horizon League title and went to the tournament, they got bounced in the first round. Obviously, they were 14 or 15 seed or whatever. I believe they no longer have a team. I think it's their top 9 or 10 guys are all gone.
Yeah.
So there isn't a team.
Robert Morris.
They're gone. They're just, that's like when Calipari took the Arkansas job and he goes, well, first thing I got to do is meet with the team. Oh, wait, I don't have a team. Everyone left. Like, that's the thing is like a lot of times now you got to build rosters from scratch.
That's college basketball now.
Yeah.
There's like 1,700 kids in the portal already, they said.
Yeah. I mean, this is the reality of it. But, coaches are leaving too. I mean, we had coaches coaching in the NCAA tournament that had already accepted jobs. You had coaches that were actively campaigning against their school while in the tournament, Kevin Willard, that were taking other jobs. I mean, it's just, but it like no one cares when coaches do it, but when players do it, it's the end of the world. I mean, God forbid.
What I think is funny about the transfer portal is that I think that every team's fans, for the most part, like for 95% of the players, they're like, oh, good. Go.
Yeah.
Transfer away.
Yeah. Well,
we didn't like you. Because all these guys are so, I mean,
Well, Kansas lost, I guess, some big freshman kid that wasn't great, but
he was good. But
that's the sort of kid that you want to keep around because eventually the idea is that he will be good.
Maybe. I mean, he was one of those guys that could jump out of the gym and block your shot, but I mean, he had bricks for hands, you know. So it's like, that's what I'm saying. Like, anytime somebody enters the transfer portal, you talk to their fans who really watch their games, like, good, upgrade. Let's go get somebody else. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like nobody, there's only one guy I've seen that's entered the portal that I'm like, ooh, I bet their fans are pissed, and that's that Maryland, the guard from Maryland.
Yeah.
I forget his name. He's good.
Yeah.
And he's transferring.
And he's going to end up going with the coach, right? He'll end up going to Villanova. I think they said they thought he was going to take a couple players with him.
Maybe old Buzz will get him to stay. I don't know, but
this is just the reality. So you can bitch and moan all you want about it.
I'm going to bitch. And I'm going to moan.
Well, remember Oregon State had a potential Final Four national title type women's basketball team, and they all got ripped apart last year.
Bitch.
But but if they could rip away players from other teams, they would do it too. It's the haves and the have-nots, and it's just
well, I mean,
it's now the norm. It's
but
not
for all the kids leaving, they're going to be replaced by other transfers. It's just like
it's feeder system.
It's just like rotating chairs. You know,
the only downside is that like the mid-major is probably that era of basketball where that was kind of fun. That's kind of gone. But we were talking about while you were gone. This is the highest rated tournament we've had since '93.
Well, yeah.
And it hadn't been a great tournament, so...
Yeah, but it's a great Final Four.
Exactly. So you can sit here and say all you want that you want the little guy, but I don't know, apparently the TV numbers say that you don't. And as long as gambling keeps being prevalent, there's going to be interest in it. Like I was at a family... They call it a family. My gal's got a little friend group that she calls the family dinner, and we went to that thing, and no one was talking about anything other than what they were gambling on. Like the games were on, and that was the Duke Alabama game, and all anyone at that thing was talking about was not who was in the tournament or whatever. It was just they were just talking about bets and then going up to Alien to cash them out. And so I think for the average viewer, I think gambling for a large part has replaced any sort of excitement that goes along with mid majors or Cinderella and buzzer beaters. Yeah, it's. And you hear it now on every commercial, every sporting event. There is 9 different commercials in there about, hey, you can gamble on this. It's become our new norm.
All right, well, it's good to be back. I was going to tell you we got 9 holes in, and then the big one hit last night.
Yeah.
You guys were on the air probably about 4, maybe a little before 4.
Yeah, it was nice when I was coming in, and then at the old Hot 5 at 5, I was like, "Is it still nice out there?" And people were like, no.
That was a wild storm."
Yeah.
Came cruising through, and it wiped out the tournament at the hallowed grounds of Portland Golf Club.
So no Rob Slam.
It'll have to wait another month, maybe another year.
They're gonna redo it.
Well, I don't know. This was a pro-am.
Oh.
I was with my Langdon Bros, and they called it off. Could not recover the course in time for us to finish.
Went no joy. By the way, the average company ransomware attack to get their system back, $5.1 million last year. That is why anytime you get mad at your company for having a bunch of stupid security measures, and believe me, they are stupid, that's why right there.
Well, as RJ said, based on the performance of the Odyssey app, I don't think much is at risk. He's not wrong. Why are you so quiet?
I was reading through about the Beavs roster. Apparently, they have. Someone was saying
You were laying out there.
They have 2 healthy subs right now, so they're running a 7-man rotation.
Well, Ratai, I saw, went to Baylor.
Yeah, he was their leading scorer.
Yeah, he was the kid from Germany.
He's gonna be a Baylor Bear,
born in Germany, maybe,
and probably got a decent chunk of money. I also saw today that
that's kind of a weird Baylor.
Yeah, Baylor. Well,
Baylor.
Baylor won a national title a couple years ago.
Yeah, it's a good program, but you're going to Waco. Like you go from Corvallis to Waco.
And probably got paid a lot of money. They were saying that it wasn't him, but saw a thing today where they're saying that now for a top guard in the transfer portal, asking somewhere in the neighborhood of $2 to $2.5 million to pluck one of these guys. I was like, yikes.
That's why they're transferring.
That's why they're transferring.
Right there.
So if that's one of the top guards, you're getting $2.5 million. Dude, you're scoring 18 a game, and let's say you're a top 10 guard in the portal. You're pulling in at least $1 million. You would go 2. And for these kids,
transferring 4 times in 4 years.
Well, for some of these kids, right? This is their only chance. I mean, not everyone's going to the NBA. I saw supposedly the number 2 pick in the WNBA draft coming up. She's a guard out of Notre Dame. Don't know who she is. Sorry, I don't follow college women's basketball. But she's turning down the WNBA to stay in school and transfer because of NIL.
Kalen Clark is
WNBA
white.
players don't make a bunch of money. Outside of endorsements, you're gonna make more money, probably in the open market going to UConn or South Carolina, in the college women's game than you are going to the NBA. Juju Watkins making a hell of a lot more money at USC than she's ever gonna make in the WNBA.
All right, Buckley's over there. He's back from vacation.
What's up, man?
I missed you.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh.
Although I did make a comment about his lack of tan, and he got very pissed off about that.
I don't know if I got pissed off. I was quick to defend.
He
it,
was
though.
very defensive.
Are you a sunscreen guy, or do you just stay in and?
No, I spent
like
pretty much the whole time outside. I noticed a difference. No one else notices.
I didn't want to say anything, but
he did not look tan.
I did notice that when I saw you,
looked about the same.
You did not look tan.
Yeah, it makes me sad.
Yeah.
I, unlike Rob, thought a one man's tan is his own business.
That's fair.
Oh, I didn't do the Souk pre-tan. I probably should have.
I'm gonna lay out on that one. Just let you do you, boo boo. I thought maybe you had like one of those Japanese umbrellas, Michael Jackson style. I don't know.
No.
Maybe you care about skin cancer. I couldn't tell you.
Do you dress in all sleeves and pants?
No, the kids wear sleeves though,
Yeah.
because then you don't have to sunscreen them.
Well, and that's the other one. Some, you're a bigger fella too. Some guys are a little sensitive about
Not
the old
this
beach, and
guy.
so they wear the swim shirt.
No, I think the swim shirt is embarrassing.
I do too, but I've seen it. I may have seen it.
No, I saw it this vacation on a half a dozen dudes.
I've seen members of my extended family that go swim shirt, and I'm like, boy, that's making it look worse.
Nope.
Like you're drawing more attention to those bad boys.
What would someone think if you went swim shirt?
No
Speedo.
pants.
Oh, that's power move.
Because that's the dope. Like
I love that.
Because you see Speedo guy, and
Yeah.
he's like as confident as hell. Doesn't matter what his body looks
Yeah.
like. What's that? Wah.
That's when you're letting it all hang out.
Oh, like the
yeah,
the Mets' new hit celebration.
Yes,
flopping dong,
flopping it out.
Have you seen that?
Oh, I've seen it.
Yeah. What if you did that? So it's like you've got the insecurity of the swim shirt.
Yeah.
But you've
I
got
love dong news.
The
I do.
The what's the word? Like the bravado of the Speedo.
Yeah.
What is one to do with that?
Well, it just means you're probably packing some heat, but you also got a lot of baggage up top, and that's for guys that's a tough one.
Well, what if you just get a big enough swim shirt and then you can Pooh Bear the whole thing and you just no bottoms, just one big swim shirt that covers it up,
like a male muumuu.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see someone now in.
Then you're in the pool. It's like floating up around you.
Well, and if you really
jellyfish,
if you really want to go power, the golden age of mitts, the up tops for the men was like the old 30s swimsuits because they were one piecers. You see, like on the old like Coney Island days, they're trunks but with like a built-in tank top.
It's almost like a wrestling singlet kind of a situation.
Dude, like guys back in the day, if you're walking around with some man up tops, that was like peak. There's gonna be some fat guy that tries to bring back that. It's like some fat rapper guy that'll be like, I'm bringing this thing back. But if you are big and you're embarrassed about that, get a tan, because tan fat looks better than white fat.
No question.
It's why the Polynesians walk around so confident.
That's why I know that my fat looks better today than it did 8 days ago.
And that's all that matters, Buck, is you know that.
We've got a lot of cool April Fool's Day jokes today.
Oh, God. Can we?
So I'm going to get to that next.
There's only one good April Fool's joke of all time, and that was Sid Finch.
We've got NFL rules votes. We've got Final Four talk, college football stuff. You name it, we've got it on a Tuesday. Beavers, by the way, now losing by 7. They were right there. 9.
You going to hang that banner up, are you?
45-36. Just plucky without their top 3. Plucky.
Yeah. There's 6 players.
How many did they lose by?
11.
Really?
Yeah. We'll say 11.
Okay.
I know nothing about either team.
I'd say 26.
11.
We'll be right back. Thank you for being with us on The Fan.
Fan.
So I was looking at the transfer portal numbers. 1,680 players are already in the portal.
Yikes.
Last year at this time there was 1,110. So an extra 570 this year.
Well,
This is basketball. Now the portal opens on March 24th, so it's been open a week, and it closes on the 24th of April. So they're expecting. Last year they ended at about 2,000, so it'll probably be like close to 3,000 kids.
well,
Which is a lot.
when did they do it? I think it was 6 years ago. They did this. Buck had the graphic. We were talking about it yesterday. They did the Sweet 16 teams, and of the top 8 players by minutes, there was 13% of them were transfer players.
Yeah.
And I think like 4 or 5 of the teams had 7 or 8 all players that they recruited. In this year's Sweet 16, it was almost 60% of top 8 players on teams were all transfer players. Duke was a little homegrown. I think BYU was mostly homegrown, which makes sense. No one's transferring to BYU.
Well,
Purdue was, but
Michigan State.
The vast majority of teams, it was like 6 of their top 8. I think Houston had 2 guys that were homegrown.
Yeah, the 3 that Isaac just named were basically the 3 outliers, and the other 13 teams are all at least 40 to 60%.
So if you take away the couple outliers like Purdue and BYU, that's more like probably 75% or more are transfer kids.
My favorite stat from the Sweet 16 was Michigan had more players in its starting 5 that started at Texas Tech than Texas Tech did that started at Texas Tech.
I love that. Well, and then the other one too, with guys sticking around, it used to be the one and done era, right? But Auburn's starting 5, and you had to cherry pick this a little bit, but a starting 5 that Portland has rolled out this year of Scoot and Shaden, Denny, Klingon, and Kamara, which is that's a legit starting 5 for the Blazers, is younger than the starting 5 for Auburn.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's an SEC power, which you would think would be a lot of young kids. No, all the Auburn kids are all 23, 24, 25.
Janai Broom looks like he's 40.
Yes. Well, again, this goes back to that Notre Dame gal sticking around. Look, unless you're Cooper Flagg and you know you're going to be a top pick, there's a lot of money and lifestyle to be made sticking around college basketball. So these mid-major bros that start out, was it Clayton Jr. at Florida? He was an Iona kid. So you start out at Iona for 2 years. Maybe you end up somewhere for a year. And then someone's like, hey, you might be able to go to the NBA or go to Florida, make $3 million, spend a couple years at Florida, build up your draft stock. Now, all of a sudden, you're 24 and on you go into the NBA. I mean, it's kind of a new era. So from that standpoint, you're going to get better teams.
Well, you already did. Look at the Final Four.
It's great. And you're going to get better players.
These teams are as elite as any 4 teams ever in the Final Four.
Ken Palm, he's been doing this since 96, I think. And these 4 teams, I believe, are 4 of the top, is it 10 or 12? Ever in his rankings.
Yes. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And that's what you're going to get. I don't know how you could complain about that. Yeah. Other than Cinderella. Like we talked about this while you were gone, but the traditional Cinderella is going away because of this. But there are still things to root for. Like, if you don't like the current state of college basketball, why didn't you root for Purdue?
Yeah.
Because Purdue was all homegrown and they were all from Indiana.
Yeah. But you don't like that.
But, well, that's the new... So there's new Cinderellas. It's just not the traditional sense. And like you said, we don't really care about Cinderella anyway, except for one moment, like in the first round, and then we want them to go away. We watch when it's the major brand. So I don't know what people are complaining about. Yeah. Although I don't even know if people are complaining, really.
They're not complaining.
It's just different.
Well, people are complaining.
And it's creating a better game.
It is. Well, people are complaining because that's what we do. People complain on social media. We bitch on this, we bitch on that. But the TV numbers don't lie. Because this arguably has been one of the more boring tournaments we've seen in years. There hasn't, I think we've had one legitimate buzzer beater, and that was the Crab 5, the kid at Maryland. Was that Queen, the freshman? That was, I believe, the only real buzzer beater we've had. We had the Houston inbound play, which wasn't a buzzer beater, but right down to the wire. And other than that, we haven't had a lot of like nail-biting games. And yet the numbers are through the roof. So
that's because you have
brand names,
brands and teams that matter.
Yep.
Like people want to watch Florida. People want to watch Cooper Flag and Duke.
Yep.
People want to watch Auburn. I mean, and there have been better games. I mean, I don't know. You don't just it's not all about buzzer beaters. So there have been good games. It's just I don't know. It's always going to be the big brands that pull the eyeballs.
Mm-hmm.
And if the big brands are getting better, that's what we've been asking for in college basketball for 15 years.
Well, it's the same thing in college football for everyone that's obviously, and it's all slanted because if you're a Washington State fan, if you're an Oregon State fan, if you're a mid-major program, it sucks. You're kind of getting your kneecaps bitten off. But for the general audience, that audience will continue to grow because what do we always say about in college football? There's not enough big games. You're getting bigger games. You're getting them in the regular season. We're getting more of them in the postseason. And hopefully we're going to get more in the non-con when we start kind of doing the SEC Big Ten kind of back and forth scheduling, maybe getting rid of some of the, playing the Mississippi, Valley little sister of the poor teams. And while that does eliminate a certain element of college football for fan bases, the general audience, that number is going to grow. When Michigan plays Alabama in the Rose Bowl, it does like 23 million people. You're not getting that when Boise State plays whoever in the Rose Bowl. You're just not.
RJ says it's time for college sports to just have a fantasy draft every offseason. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Everyone just
the portal is just a draft. Like that's the draft pool, and like the worst teams. Who's the worst team? Like Colorado picks first.
They get Cooper Flag.
Oregon State gets freaking the
I got a feeling college players are not signing up for that.
Yeah, probably not. But yeah, like Oregon State gets that Maryland guard.
Mm-hmm. Whoops.
You know?
Yeah, I wonder that whole. I'm just trying to think of the idea of sending like some kid from the East Coast who's used to playing in full arenas and you send him, no offense, but you hey, I don't want to crap on the Beavers. We'll send him to Pullman. We send him out to Washington State.
Yeah, let's crap on the Cougs instead.
Well, the Beavs get too much flack out here, so we'll send him up to Pullman.
Why are you going there?
Why are you going there? Where else do you want to send him?
Why are you going there?
If you had to send someone to a major West Coast program, like the idea of sending someone to Siberia, is it not?
West Coast Siberia?
Yeah.
West Coast Siberia is Pullman.
Pullman, right?
There's no doubt about it.
At least Corvallis, you're...
Maybe Spokane.
Spokane? Well, they got Gonzaga there.
Well, but you got Washington State and Pullman. I'm talking about location.
Yes.
Like completely the most remote place you can play college basketball, like major college basketball on the West Coast.
It's Pullman.
Yeah, it's Spokane or Pullman?
Yeah. And
they're right by each other, so.
Yeah. Take your pick. At least Spokane has a really, really good team. Washington State?
All right, well, I don't know why we're talking about this. Who cares about college basketball, am I right?
Ah.
Let's get to a real sport. Golf.
UFL? By the way, did they play this weekend? Anybody?
Who?
The UFL? Did they strike?
What?
Did they play?
I don't know.
Who
Were
cares?
they supposed to play?
I think the season's supposed to start. But they were striking.
Yeah, because remember we talked about the big Ken Wisenhunt news?
Yeah. That's
taking a leave of absence.
Is anyone aware, anyone at all, did the UFL play?
I don't know. Buckley doesn't know. You don't know. It appears this show doesn't know.
I thought Buckley would know he was in Hawaii. I thought Buckley would have some sort of line on a game.
He wasn't even watching.
No.
I'm still pissed at him. He wasn't even watching TGL in Hawaii.
I know.
I told you I caught a little bit of it at the bar.
Buckley.
Unbelievable.
You let us all down.
I know.
All right. Calm down. NFL rules votes and April Fool's Day talk.
Thank God.
That's what's coming up. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update first on The Fan. The YouTube chat telling us that, yes, the UFL did start over the weekend. Meanwhile, on the hardwood, the Blazers are back in action visiting the Atlanta Hawks this evening. DeAndre Ayton, Scoot Henderson, Bryce McGowan's, Robert Williams all out for Portland. Jeremy Grant's doubtful. Ant Simon is questionable. Tip-off is at 4:30. The Blazers are 5-point road dogs. Elsewhere around the league, 5 players have been suspended as fallout from the scuffle between the Pistons and T-Wolves on Sunday. Detroit's Isaiah Stewart will miss 2 games. Pistons' Marcus Sasser and Ron Holland will miss 1 game, while for Minnesota, Dante DiVincenzo and Naz Reid will be sidelined for a game each. In the college game, Maryland is hiring Texas A&M head coach Buzz Williams to replace Mark Willard in College Park. Willard, of course, left for Villanova. On the college gridiron, Mizzou quarterback Drew Pine is in the transfer portal again, now looking for his 4th school in 4 seasons. In the NFL, Calais Campbell signs a 1-year deal with the Cardinals to play his 18th NFL season. That contract is worth $5.5 million with up to $2 million in incentives. And on the diamond tonight, the Mariners back at the top of their rotation with Logan Gilbert on the hill as they host the Detroit Tigers. First pitch from T-Mobile at 6:40. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, T1080 The Fan. George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call your George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch. And now, Window Nation brings you on-demand videos. Watch Window Nation's window into 1080 The Fan. Wesley Financial. .1080 The Fan.
Yeah, we're the old Rhett and Link
Yeah, I didn't hear what was happening there. What?
You didn't?
No. I mean, I heard there was
Big podcast called Ear Biscuits.
What is that for?
It's for you.
It's for me.
Yeah, it's for anybody.
All right.
They want to listen to a couple dads, couple old friends,
Let's
just
go.
talking nothing.
Couple of old dads.
Rhett and Link.
Let's do it.
The new Isaac and Suk. What was I going to tell you?
I don't know.
Beavers only down 6.
Hey, my 11's looking pretty good.
The UFL did play.
Oh.
I am also told by my sources that Ken Wisenhunt has returned to the showboats.
His leave of absence is over. That is the more you know right there.
He did miss the opener, and they did lose, so they needed his witty tutelage.
His wise ways.
Yeah, they lost to the Panthers, 26-12.
The Panthers.
That's right. So they're 0-1. Got to dig out of a hole.
However will they...
With the Wisnator back.
8 games? 10 games?
I don't know, dude.
8
You're lucky I knew that.
You could literally tell me any lie about the UFL, and I'd probably be like, that sounds about right.
They play 30 games.
Does seem a bit much, but why not?
So, it is April Fool's Day. It was. I have to report to you that Buck was fooled by 7:30 this morning.
Buck got ball sacked again?
Yeah.
Well, that's debatable.
No, he did.
No, well,
You got ball sacked, but you got ball sacked knowing you were getting ball sacked.
Yeah, that's right.
But sort of ignoring the fact that you were getting ball sacked.
Do you secretly want to be sacked?
I think he likes being sacked.
No. So the first thing I saw was the bogus Tiger Woods dealio, and maybe you're going to get to that. But somebody took the bait on the Tiger Woods thing, and I'm like, well, that's dumb. And then right below it, I saw a tweet that was from the previous day. It said it was from, this was like 7 a.m., and it said it was 9 hours ago. I'm like, well, wasn't even April Fool's Day. And it was that Hunter Dickinson was getting another season in college.
Yeah, which he's not.
No. Now, the Tiger Woods one, if you don't know, Tiger put out, who knew Tiger's out there doing
He's so zany. So zany, that Tiger.
He's just
So
Mr.
zany.
Personality. He tore his Achilles, and he put out a tweet saying that he was going to play in the Masters.
Yeah.
That,
he's recovered.
he's
ready to
recovered,
go.
and then he was like, P.S. April Fool's, my Achilles is still a mess. Again, I stand by my statement. There's only been one good April Fool's of all time, and it was 40 years ago today, and that was Sid Finch. Look it up in SI. That's the only good April Fool's.
The April Fool's thing, I don't know whether we've just become more, I don't know, maybe we're evolving as a species that we know what's funny and what isn't.
Yeah.
Better now. But April Fool's jokes are not funny. I think they used to be.
Did they? Is this like back in the day when you used to
maybe.
wave ships goodbye? Because that was a thing. Or that you would go out and kick a can down the road.
You run with a stick and a tire.
Exactly. The amount of things, maybe a tree swing, the amount of things that used to be considered entertaining, we didn't have a lot of options.
Yeah.
But I do think we've evolved now.
It's a bit like TV when you had 3 channels.
Yes.
April Fool's jokes was it's all we knew. It's
exactly.
that's funny. But now they're so stupid, there's no upside to them.
No.
So everyone hates April Fool's Day now.
Yeah, and
because it's not funny.
And no one does them well.
It's annoying.
Yeah. You just seem
well,
like
Tiger did it about as well as you could do it because I was watching, I flip on the Golf Channel.
Yeah.
And they were on there. There we go, Tiger, had me for about 7 seconds. Because
so that crowd loves it.
Do you flip on the Golf Channel in the morning?
Oh, yeah. All the time.
Wow.
See what they're talking about on there.
Today
it was all about the amateur girls.
Oh, that's
because it's the Masters. The week before the Masters, I don't know if you know this.
I do.
But the week before the Masters, they play the girls amateur.
That I didn't know. I know it's the week before the Masters.
It's at Augusta National, bro.
Oh.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, I still don't care. So
it's a big
cool.
deal.
By the way, the UFL team is playing a robust 10-game schedule this year.
Hey, look at that. And now are they all in the one stadium still, or are they actually?
No, there's. It looks like they're rotating 2 or 3 sites. I see.
Man, that UFL is growing.
DC. Well, no, it looks like they all have their own.
Oh, all right.
San Antonio, Memphis, DC, Arlington, St. Louis, Birmingham.
Exciting. So exciting. The Battlehawks. That's my team.
Yeah, they won big. If you were a fan, you'd know that.
Yeah.
But clearly you're not.
No. I'm more of a Battlehawks poser.
The other really funny one. Well, I think that's the point of April Fool's jokes is that even when you do them right, they're not funny.
No.
And people are just annoyed by them.
Yeah.
Because then there's like, like somebody probably fell for the Tiger Woods thing. They don't know anything about Achilles.
Sure.
And they're just like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And now they're pissed off.
So what did Buck get ball sacked on?
Well, his was the Hunter Dickinson.
The
He-
Hunter
that's
Dickinson
right, the
got
Hunter
another
Dickinson.
year.
yeah, and he did not.
Which
get
in
it.
today's NCAA is not the most
Did he
far-fetched
forward
thing.
it onto you?
Yes,
That's
he's
right,
like, look at this. I'm like, dude, it's 7:30 in the morning on April Fool's Day, and you still don't know it's an April Fool's joke.
I said it was more than 7 hours ago. So it was yesterday's tweet, and I therefore thought it might be real.
The gullibility of Buck. You know what? I'm a little envious that Buck lives in a world, because I always say introduce more whimsy in your life. It's gonna make your life better. I enjoy that Buck has an open mind, that it's like with AI Brian Ferentz or whatever. Like, we want it to be true, and therefore it is. So in Buck's world, Cream Steedroper is a college baseball player, and that's a better world. The world is better if that's real, and I like that in Buck's
Maybe it's time
world.
to grab a hold of your little step ladders and go ahead and climb out of my ass for a while.
Climb out of his ass.
Yes, that makes it a better world. So Buck, I am jealous of you.
That's right. I bring the whimsy.
You do. It's
Look out.
great.
Yeah, the other one was Arizona State tweeted out a picture of their new maroon field.
Oh, I can see that.
And again, it's not going to be a
No,
maroon field,
but
it's April Fool's Day. And everyone
did
went,
it look kind of cool?
yeah, actually, it kind of did.
Oh, can I? Yeah, I just
It's not
looked at
bad.
this. Hey, ASU,
Do that?
do that.
That looks, no.
Dude, that's way better.
Way better.
ASU needs a gimmick because it's ASU, and that's actually not a bad look.
No, it doesn't look bad, but every time you watch a game on those colored fields, it's not good. I mean, Boise, not
Makes
good.
me feel uncomfortable when you use the word colored.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Like, the moment you said that, and I know in no way was there a bad connotation to that, but I had an immediate.
Yeah,
I know that I'll probably have to join a white supremacist gang.
I'm not even going to joke about it.
No. I think it looks pretty good. And by the way, who knew that's Mountain America Stadium now?
Well, Eastern Washington has the red field.
Yeah.
Also dumb.
Yeah.
So let's not do
Well,
more
that's
of that.
bright red. That burns my retina.
Yeah.
And Coastal Carolina, is it
The Chanticleers.
Chanticleers, right? Yeah, they've got the teal.
The Michael Strahan gap, the tooth gap.
That was pretty
That was
good.
an April Fool's joke.
I'll give Strahan some credit because April Fool's jokes are inherently stupid and there's no good ones. That is the best of the worst.
And then somebody else said Google left-handed Whopper.
I do remember that, the Burger King. Yeah, I think I remember something about that.
So I mean, even when you do it well, it's like
Yeah.
but it's never. I don't know.
Well, we're not
I think
allowed.
we're all over April Fools.
And we get like an update from the company every year, like a warning, because you're not allowed to do that on radio.
Yeah,
You
in
can't.
a stunning turn of events, the No Fun Police email us.
Yes.
And say you can't have fun on the radio.
Didn't stop me, now did it.
No, it sure did not.
One of them got me like 10 years ago, too. Was
An
that,
Odyssey station.
Former Auburn running back Michael Dyer came out and said his knee was down in the national championship game. And I was like, that son of a bitch! And then my buddies are like, dude, he didn't say
It's
that.
freaking. So you can't believe anything for a day.
Yeah.
Basically.
Pretty much.
Because I saw that Peter Schrager of NFL Network was going to ESPN.
But that was yesterday's news, which I thought Hunter
Well,
Dickinson's was.
I didn't see it yesterday. I just saw it today. So
Today.
it's hitting my timeline. I'm like, well, that's got to be an April Fool's joke. He's not leaving. Well, then you dig into it a little
is he?
further. He did leave.
He
yes.
did leave.
He's going to ESPN.
Well, God forbid, and I'm like being dead serious about this. Imagine if on April 1st, I can't even say it, like, imagine if someone would a major figure.
Well, what about this? What if Luca got traded on
Well,
April 1st?
no. I'm saying, like, what if a major figure in the world got assassinated?
What?
On April 1st? Like, you woke, or a 9/11 thing. What if you woke up and a major metropolitan area had a plane, or like someone had set off a bomb in the middle of the city on April 1st? How long, before a handful of people are like, horse crap, April Fools? There'd be some uncomfortable moments. Nothing bad should ever happen on April 1st because half the people won't believe it because it's April 1st. Especially with the way like Twitter and social media works, it would take you a while.
Yeah. Well, tomorrow we'll be back to normal. But for now, you can't
just
believe anything.
Be wary.
Still waiting. Yeah, right. I'm waiting for the next
Especially if it comes from Buck. No
That's right.
offense, but anytime Buck sends you something
Do a
or
double
has a
take.
report, just understand. Slowly back away, maybe work a Google.
That's right.
Let's get to some NFL rules votes. Pretty hot.
A lot of tush.
Pretty hot.
Hot tush talk.
Next on The Fan.
Check out the Fan Merch Locker. The Fan.
I want to do some research because we're watching this hot Oregon State game here.
Yeah.
And so I looked up
only down 5.
Took me a little bit to find the box score on ESPN of the college basketball crown, but the Oregon State Beavers do not have a player that is averaging double digits this season.
Yeah, their top 3 scorers are out.
Yeah, they're
transferred.
From what I can tell, their leading scorer that started this game is a robust 7 points and 3.2 rebounds per game.
Yeah.
That's Josiah Lake.
That's why the spread went from 1 to 5.
Yeah. They have a guy, Joanna Munch or Johan, probably Munch, and he is averaging 1.1 points and 0.6 rebounds, and he is starting in this game.
They have a guy named Joanna?
Johan. He's from Copenhagen, Denmark. It's insane, but I like to make fun of the Danes because, screw you, Danes.
A lot of April Fool's jokes.
That is not an April Fool's joke, by the way. That is their
No, that's real.
That's real.
Yeah. And they're still holding tough with UCF.
In this
they must suck.
Vicious cockfight. Well,
although they lost 7 guys too. They lost their top scorer. I know that.
Let's look up and see what's the. Oh no, the first guy I clicked on is averaging 10.5 a game.
Yeah.
So clearly, Central Florida has a leg up in this.
Boy, there's a guy who said he had to put his dog down today.
Oh, God.
Literally, people are responding as if it's an April Fool's joke.
Yeah, that's no good.
Yeah. When I was a kid, I once pounded on the bathroom door, told my sister the house was on fire while she was on the throne.
What?
She made it out the front door before she realized she'd been had.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Mom loved it.
Really?
PTI did a April Fool's joke one year that was pretty good. Then they did it the next year. It was less funny. Then they did it the next year again. And that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
One's enough.
Just pranks in general, because that's now the whole YouTube thing, and there's the entire Instagram pages dedicated to pranks.
Yeah, gotcha bits. They're big right now.
And some of those, you do those to people, you're gonna get yourself shot or get your ass beat, and you deserve it. You're going up to strangers. There was one I saw where they were literally going up to people at ATMs and grabbing them from behind. Dude, you're at an ATM and someone grabs me around the neck. I promise you, there is a fight coming. And then it's whoa, 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 bro, it's a prank. No, you're getting your ass kicked. And if you're unlucky, the person at the ATM has a gun and you're getting shot.
Someone else said they got a hole-in-one on April 1st.
Oh, no one.
Clubhouse told me I was a liar in spite of witnesses. Despite witnesses.
Yeah.
April Fool's is only good when you semi-prank your kids. Maybe put food coloring in the milk or water. I don't know. Play a harmless joke on them. Says one of our texters.
The only thing I can ever remember pranking one of my kids, and to this day she gets pissed at me for it, is I don't even remember why I did it. I remember when my daughter was 14 or 15, my oldest now, probably because she was just being nasty. I went into her room and I started being really pissed and was like, "You just weren't going to tell me?" And she was like, "What?" I'm like, "You're seriously pulling this crap right now. You weren't going to tell me." And I really laid it on thick. And then I started getting mad and yelling. I'm like, "You better effing come clean right now." I'm like, "I am so," and she started freaking out and was like, "I don't know what you're talking about." And then she started crying. And I was like, "I was just kidding."
God. Jesus. Dad?
My son is an idiot.
It's the only thing, I think that's the only time I ever, quote, pranked one of my kids. And it wasn't on April Fool's. And I wish I could remember why. There was a specific reason why I did it.
You were probably trying to get her to actually fess to something you didn't know about.
No.
What if she started crying? She'd be like, "Oh, you're right, I'm pregnant."
That's the fear, is that I didn't think about it. I think it was, she had done something that pissed off my wife. And I don't know, my wife was like, "You got to get her back." And I wish I could remember why. I'll have to text her. But I actually felt bad as the bit was going on, because it went on for 45 seconds. And then when the tears started, then I was like, "Oh crap. I had to come clean."
13 years ago, I was bedside watching my grandpa take his last breath on April 1st. I was convinced it was an elaborate and expensive prank. Breaking news, he's still super dead. That from Dicker.
Boy, you want to talk about the worst prank of all time? And your grandpa just pops up. I was like, "Ah!"
Would you respect it? The lengths?
Well,
the lengths?
Yeah, I would respect the length, but at the same time, that's...
When I was a kid,
someone's dead?
I thought the whole point of April Fool's was just to get someone to believe something that wasn't true. So when I was in 3rd or 4th grade, I called my dad at work and told him that our dog died. And,
and
then he's like, "What?" And I'm like, "April Fool's." And he's like, "That's not funny."
Yeah, I think you've told us that before.
Yeah,
I think I told you last year.
You
on
were
April
just
Fools.
learning. Yeah, you were learning your ways as a youth.
Yeah.
How to prank. But Deal's right. It's like pranks turn into hate crimes pretty easily right now.
Yes.
There's like a fine line there.
Yes, there. Which is why you just don't do it.
It was a goof.
Maybe that's good. Society's maybe we're evolving in a way that
We're not.
we're evolving past
we're
prank.
not.
We're learning that
We're not.
just stop pranking.
There was one.
Stop doing bits.
Last year, there was a group, I think it was over in England, but it was a group of like teenagers that would open people's front doors and then walk into their homes and not leave. They'd be like, oh, we're here for, the party or whatever. And they'd, of course, be filming it. And the people like, get out of my house. And they're like, what are you talking? And they wouldn't leave. And like, we're not evolving. If anything, we're devolving. We're getting worse and worse and worse. Because maybe the general society has learned that these things are dumb, but as long as people are, quote, creating content, we're getting worse.
All right, let's get to that was our segment on NFL rules votes.
Oh, yeah. The
Did you
tush
guys
push
like
is
that?
not going to be banned.
Not yet. Not yet. A lot of rules talk coming up next on The Fan.
George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. A Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Crunch Fitness. Memberships as low as $9.99 per month. Find your Crunch time in Portland, Vancouver, and online at crunch.com. First on the Fan. On the hardwood tonight, the Blazers are back in action visiting the Atlanta Hawks. DeAndre Ayton, Scoot Henderson, Bryce McGowan, Robert Williams all out for Portland. Jeremy Grant's doubtful. Anthony Simons is a game-time decision. Tip-off in just about a half an hour. The Blazers are 5-point road dogs. Elsewhere around the league, 5 players have been suspended as fallout from the Pistons T-Wolf scuffle on Sunday. Detroit's Isaiah Stewart getting 2 games. Marcus Sasser and Ron Holland of the Pistons each getting a game, and for Minnesota, Dante DiVincenzo and Naz Reid will each be sidelined a game as well. In college hoops, Maryland is hiring Texas A&M head coach Buzz Williams to replace Mark Willard in College Park. On the college gridiron, Mizzou quarterback Drew Pine is in the transfer portal again, looking for his 4th team before this upcoming season. In the NFL, Calais Campbell signs a 1-year deal with the Cardinals to play his 18th NFL season. And on the diamond tonight, the Mariners back to the top of their rotation with Logan Gilbert taking the hill as Seattle hosts Detroit. First pitch from Soto at 6:40. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Tired of getting dinged by subscriptions? We won't send you a bill. Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Hear this, right now. Welcome.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
What is going on up here?
I never know, man.
Unbiased.
Shut your mouth.
Uncompromised sports talk without the sugarcoating.
I hope you're happy. You wasted everyone's life for 30 seconds.
Isaac Rupp and Jason Sukanik.
Now shut up and let me do my job.
The best in sports coverage.
This is going to be great.
This is Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. We're no Rhett and Link, but we're just going to have to do.
Now I got to look up what Rhett and Link look like.
Hey, this guy, I'm watching the Beavs here, and they're hanging in there. They're down 3. College basketball is funny because they got this Frenchman in the middle. His name's Maxim something or other. Sure. Oregon State does.
Yeah.
And he didn't play really all year. I mean, he got some minutes, but not much. And then you watch him in a game like this where he has to play because everybody transferred, and you're like, where the hell's that guy been? You know, like you see flashes. He just had a hell of a one-handed putback dunk.
Yeah.
And he's big and beefy in the middle there.
And you ask yourself, could he have been doing this all year?
Yeah. Then you're like, oh my God.
That is no, because if no offense, but if you can't get on the floor for Oregon State, there's probably a really they didn't just keep
he looks good.
They didn't keep some kid in reserve and be like, you know what, we're gonna save him for when we really need him.
Look at the dude. He's crossing half court right now. Yeah. That's number 77. Yeah. He's a freshman.
All you need to know is that he's 77. The fact that he had that putback dunk, I'll bet you
Watch this.
I'll bet you he puts
the
next one
him
in the 8th row.
Here it is, right here. Look at this. Feed him. Look at the length.
You can tell this is going to be awkward.
Look at this. Oh my God. Why is he not playing?
I'm not going to lie. That was actually pretty nice.
Yes.
Yeah, a little baby hook there.
He's got moves. Who is this guy? Tinkle fired. Fire him.
By the way, you should look up what Rhett and Link look like.
You think he'll be a Jayhawk next season?
Yes, I do.
This is why they don't.
If Bill Self is watching,
Bill Self is watching this tournament right now, and they're like, "Yeah," because
this is why you don't go to this crown.
Kansas just lost a big athletic big who's raw. They're gonna look at this kid, 77, and be like, "Yeah, want to come to Lawrence?"
Oh my God, Rhett and Link.
Yes,
boy, they've got a lot of promo shots.
Yes,
don't they?
they do. It's
of course our promo shots are worse. But.
Yeah. You had that one
where
you
a lot of hair.
Yeah, that's a lot of hair on Rhett and Link.
One of them kind of looks like Hunter Pence.
I'm a little jealous of what Rhett's hair has got going on.
Well, they both have great hair.
I know.
Let's be honest.
One looks like a member of the Black Keys. And the other guy looks like he belongs north of the wall.
But I feel like they're doing bits in all their photos. You know, like, oh, there's Zany type
Look,
of
I can already tell you that I hate him. Guaranteed.
Yeah? I'm going to tune into Rhett and Link. It's good enough for Odyssey. It's good enough for me.
It's a lot for me.
An Odyssey station.
All right, what were we doing again?
Well, you know, I mean, we've blown through another segment. But we've got some NFL rules voting to get to.
What are the chances?
Look at the Beavers taking the lead. Put the Frenchman in. And
when's ITN? I'll tell you right now, we're not getting to this NFL rules thing till 5:15.
I was about to start it right here.
I'll tell you right now, it's not happening.
Well, we talk more about this. Look at him. They're already featuring him on it. The camera's on him.
You have no idea what his name is.
Well, no. You? He didn't play all year, idiot.
He's number 77. Although Luca,
his name's Maxim, and then how would you pronounce Logue? He's French, so
well, put some stank on it.
Is that Luge?
Put a little
Maxime Luge.
Where's Jason Swigard when we need him? Because every time he pronounces he's been he'll do Rodriguez for the Mariners, and he can't help himself. He does the
Esperanza.
Yeah, you're like, dude, stop that.
People keep saying Rhett and Link are from the Red House commercial.
Are they really?
Yeah.
They're the geniuses behind that song,
which we had a lot of fun with back in the day.
Well, I'll tell you right now, if that is Rhett and Link and they're responsible,
we have to take back everything.
I will take back everything I said.
You have to take it all back.
Yes.
Oh no, it sounds like they made the commercial for Red House.
Well, then I apologize.
Where black people and white people buy furniture.
Yes, because it was a marketing masterclass. Right?
It really was.
Yeah.
All right. Well, now I'm really going to tune in.
Oh yeah.
To Rhett and Link
at the Red House.
I was looking for that drop. I don't.
Where white people and black people
oh, here it is.
Like furniture.
Oh, damn it. Buckley.
Sorry, I was trying to do it at the same time.
I need that. I'm going to watch that during the break. Since the one guy's like, I like extending credit to all people. I love.
Here it is.
At the Red House, where black people and white people buy furniture.
And that whole commercial, remember, they went through all the employees, and the guy's like, my name's Tuffy. I like pushing weight and pushing furniture deals on you.
Yeah. And then we had the two bros from the, fans of the show went there.
Yeah.
Brought us back T-shirts.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I see it right here. They're doing
North Carolina.
A recap of it. That is indeed Rhett and Link.
Wow. What a career.
Legends. Internet legends.
Yeah. Look at how we've done a 180 on them.
Yeah. Sorry, I made the call off of the photo. I made a snap judgment, and I was wrong.
I made the judgment based on Odyssey, bought him as a podcast.
Yeah.
I'm like, can't be any good.
We admit when we're wrong, and this was the case of
biscuits, or what's it called? Sports biscuits?
Ear biscuits.
Ear
right?
biscuits. Yeah. Sports biscuits. Yeah. All right. How many more segments can we not talk about the NFL rules votes?
Well, I told you we got one more.
One more.
And then there's ITN, and then the Hot 5 at 5.
Yeah.
So I
got to get it in.
I think there's a strong chance.
That is 7 and 9 bull.
This is middle of the 5 o'clock hour before we get to the tush push.
Freaking Tinkle put our Frenchman on the bench.
Sat him down?
And now they're losing again. What is he doing?
It's a good call. I don't know. Is it possible that he's only played 1 minute, so it's a conditioning thing? Like if Donovan Klingon plays more than 9 minutes, everyone's afraid that he's going to turn to dust? I'm going to find out about our Frenchman.
Yeah, give me more info on him.
I'm going to do a deep dive, see what I can find.
I'm going to call Bill Self. Say, you need to take a look at Big 7-7
I guarantee,
out here in Corvallis.
You know what the sad part is? I guarantee you that there is some assistant coach somewhere right now who's going to flip through on this game and have that, for real, will have that thought and be like, oh,
take a look at that guy.
Yeah. I mean, that's why people don't want to play spring games, evidently.
All right. We will get to NFL rules voting next on The Fan.
The Fan. 1080 The Fan.
All right, well, we were both deep in research during the break, and that is unfortunately going to mean that we will not get to NFL voting, NFL rules votes this segment. So Suk was right. It will be at 5:15 because I have to tell you this story. I have to tell you this. So it came in on the text line, and somebody was saying, did you guys hear about this Chicago sports talk radio guy that got fired after threatening someone online about a fish photo?
Oh, yeah.
What?
Yeah. It was big news.
Did you know this?
No.
Buck?
Yeah, because it started with a Barstool beef. It was like...
yeah, because he's mentioned... he's
it's
lost
it's
me
a
at
whole
that.
long saga, but basically this guy who has a history of becoming unhinged towards other people became unhinged at someone in his comments section of his Twitter, I think. And
Well, I have that part. I don't know what the Barstool part is, but dude, this guy has been on the radio in Chicago for over 30 years.
Okay, so he's
longer than you and I.
Dan Bernstein.
Dan Bernstein is his name.
Okay.
He was on 670 The Score, big Chicago sports radio station.
Sure, a blowtorch, if you will.
A blowtorch, as they say in the business.
Yeah.
Probably owned by Odyssey. Actually, I think it is.
It's
but
possible.
I don't know.
A lot of stations.
This was in March. He posted an image on X.
It is an Odyssey station.
Yeah, see, I told you. Only the best for Odyssey.
That's right.
And it was him holding a northern pike. He caught a fish.
Okay.
And the caption read, "This was a hell of a fight." And it's just him. And he looks like a sports talk guy.
Okay.
He's a little older than you and I.
What's this dude's name again?
Dan Bernstein.
Damn, I'm going to look him up.
So then, noting the bloody appearance of the fish, a user responded with the allegation that he had killed his catch, saying, "That is a female northern pike that was getting ready to spawn, but instead Dan killed it and seems proud of it." Okay, so just
all right,
classic trolling.
Fishing bro with a barb saying you might have broken some
Yeah.
rules here. That's not that great.
But come on, we get this crap all the time. There's always
I do see the photo, and you know it's a nice looking fish.
there's always somebody that says something that has trolls everywhere.
You look
right?
at one photo, and
It's
the
like,
guy's
yeah,
like clearly,
whatever.
you know.
So then he says, "What the entire F is wrong with you?" This is Dan.
Oh boy,
Dan's unhinged.
Boy,
30 years the guy's been on the air.
Who would have thought a criticism of your fish photo?
Long career.
Yeah.
It was. He said, "Go F yourself." That same user then calls Bernstein a liar, which generated another profane response where he said, "Like a shot, I never respond to trolls, but questioning my sportsmanship and conservation awareness sets me off. You want to fight? I'm a bad enemy, effer." I'm not even kidding. He wrote that.
What in the hell?
That's
I'm a bad. Is he doing the Stephen A. Smith? You don't want to cross me?
I'm a bad enemy, effer.
I'd have swung on him.
The user then continued to goad him, calling him fat and saying that his profanity made him a very base, juvenile person. Bernstein then threatened to dox the other account by leaking their address and phone numbers. When the troll said he didn't mind that, Bernstein responded, "Want your kids involved?"
Oh my gosh.
He then followed that tweet with 3 more. He said, "Up to you. Just say I'm sorry for being a D and I'll stop."
Wow.
And finally, he said, "I guess your cowardly silence is I'm sorry for being a D."
Oh my gosh.
And then he said, "You MAGA worms are so lame." I don't.
Boy.
The troll account then tagged the station's operations manager, Mitch Rosen, and the account for the FBI's field office in Chicago with the message, "How do you feel if someone threatens your children?"
I mean, this isn't funny.
No, it's not.
But it's hilarious.
And this is an all-time meltdown.
This is an all-time dude, and instantly the guy pulled him there. They pulled him off the air, and he's fired.
Oh my god!
Yeah, this was the straw that broke the camel's back. He had a little beef with a Barstool person, and they sent their army of Barstool online people attacking him in his mentions and on his show that was a call-in show, I think, and now can't be because people were just calling to give him guff. And so, he was teetering on the edge, and this whole fish thing just sent him over.
Oh.
Wow.
My incredible
I can't believe want your kids involved. Up to you.
Yeah, so anyway, I had to tell you that.
That is shocking. What are those life comes at you fast commercials? So 30 years, probably makes a decent living.
Yeah.
Right?
He's doing well.
Probably can work there as long as he wants,
Yes.
right?
He's a legend there.
He's a legend there. And your dumbass got fired because you decided to get into you decided to threaten someone's kids over a fish.
Well, he was Notably fiery on the air, they said.
I guess.
So apparently that pertains to fish commentary as well. Pretty wild.
I am floored.
I love stuff like that. I just think it's so funny how, well, it's not funny.
Some people cannot let things
They
go.
just can't. No. And it's really fascinating. Like, how on earth does that get you that riled up? Like, what is that in you?
Do you think that one user who commented thought they were going to run into that day? They probably just thought they were poking the bear like everybody else.
But that's exactly what they want, right?
Yes.
Trolls like that,
Yes.
They're like, gotcha.
Well, and remember that. I mean, we had someone at the station who basically got banned from the text program. Like, not banned from you. Like, he wasn't allowed to bring it up while he was doing the show because he couldn't handle text message. He couldn't. He would
discourse.
He couldn't handle the discourse. So the company had to ban him from reading texts. So I mean, it happens. There's people that can't let stuff go. Same road rage or whatever. I'm a big believer that when someone criticizes me, I just like to agree with them. If you call me a name, my chances are my reaction is going to be, "You're right."
Instead, that person told a listener to bring their lunch pail down to the station because it was going to be a long day.
I'm gonna wear your ass out. Let's go. There's still one dude that occasionally texts in that wants me to drive to La Center and meet him at like some field and fight him.
Oh yeah, is it the parking lot guy?
Yeah.
Or like, yeah.
I don't know why you don't.
Well, I'm a coward. I mean, that's why. There is some guy because I'm a liberal snowflake. That he wants me. He lives in La Center. He's embarrassed that I was from La Center, and he's very adamant that one day that he wants to fight me, like in the school parking lot or something, or maybe at the community field, and he gets very angry.
Well, I tell you, man, that is not a good trait to have.
No, it is not.
You got to talk to your therapist about that one.
Yeah, and there's videos all over the internet of people like that.
Oh my God, yeah.
And you're like, your whole life. You see it with people with cops a lot, where a cop will pull someone over for seemingly
well, it's like the cop I was telling you about out in Eastern Oregon. Remember where I told you this story, but that big snowstorm you guys all got caught up in here in Portland? The big one?
Yeah.
I don't remember what year it was. 18 maybe? 17, 18? I was driving from Joseph, Oregon to Portland that night.
Yikes.
Bringing my aunt back to town. And so it was just piss and snow. And they closed 84. So we're outside of, like, we're east of Pendleton.
Yeah, it's bad conditions out there.
It was pissing snow. And they closed 84, and I followed this semi-truck up an off-ramp because I was like, well, we need to go back we're just going to have to go back to the last town and get a hotel because this is not good. No. And the cop, so I don't know where the semi-truck went. I was assuming he was just going to turn around and get back go the other way and go back to a hotel, right? So I followed him up there. I don't know where the semi-truck went. All of a sudden, woo! I get pulled over. Oh my God, that guy, he lost his S on me. And I was just like, oh, sorry, I didn't know where I was going. He's like, stay right there. I mean, yelling, like spitting in my face through the window. Yeah. And he was so mad at me. But the same guy, he's like, he told me to stay right there, and I'll be damned. I stayed.
Yeah, you're like,
and the snow kept piling up. I'm like, dude, we're gonna get buried in freaking snow. It's like 5 feet of snow out here.
I want to run.
And the guy goes up, on ahead, and then he comes back because he told me to stay, so I stayed. I didn't know where the hell I was going to go anyway. And he came back about 45 minutes. We were sitting there, and my aunt's just la la la. We had a dog in the car. I'm like freaking out.
You don't know what to do.
I don't know what the hell to do.
You know that he's waiting to see you leave, and you're going to get the cuffs put on you. I think about that.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm not going anywhere. No. He was so pissed off, dude. He's going to shoot me.
Yeah.
And then, the dog needs to pee, and the snow's everywhere. I'm like, ah. So he comes back 45 minutes later. And he could not have been nicer. He's like, hey, thanks for staying. I appreciate it. We just had a jackknife semi up there. You guys are free to go. I'm like, dude, what is your problem, dude? So my aunt and I talked about this for a long time on the way back. Yeah. I was like, dude, that's a guy right there who, I hate to say this, but he probably raises a hand because he can't help it. Yeah. He clearly cannot control his impulse.
No.
And that I would hate to be married to.
Well, and imagine imagine that guy in a heightened situation in a police role that isn't involving the dangerous Isaac Robb in a snowstorm.
Right. Right. What if I were black? Well, I'm not kidding. I wish that wasn't a joke, but you know what I'm saying?
Well, dude, I've seen plenty of those cop videos that go south, and I'm not gonna say all the time, but 90% of the time, you can tell when the cop rolls up that thing is already on like a 9.5 waiting to get to 11.
Yeah, they're already not having whatever BS you're pitching them. And then like you can just tell that if the person is even being a little cheeky or a little smartass or a little snide, like it is on like Donkey Kong.
Well, I got pulled over in my driveway once in La Center. I rolled through a stop sign in my cul-de-sac, like 1 a.m, parked in my driveway, and Captain America was the one that pulled me over. That dude had his pants tucked into his boots. That dude was taking his job very seriously and started yelling at me for rolling through a stop sign in a cul-de-sac. And I remember my wife coming out and me yelling at her to get back in the house because she was pissed. And I was like, one of us is going to go to jail or get shot, and it's going to be me. That was 10-2. Yes, sir. No, sir. Whatever you want. Take whatever sort of ass chewing I was going to get in my ticket because that guy was looking for a reason to yank me out of that car and put my face into a curb.
You're an idiot, Sue.
And trust me, my little 4'11" wife and her attitude at 1 a.m. in a nightgown was not going to help that situation.
You just have to ask yourself, what would Rhett and Link do?
Yeah. Well, they would come together over the love of furniture.
I'd like you to turn around. Maxime Luge, our freshman.
I think it's Logue, by the way.
He has 18 points and 9 boards.
I found some info on him. I haven't found the like a bio, but he
that's malpractice on the part of Tinkle. That guy hasn't been playing.
He averaged 2 points this year.
I saw that.
Only 3 games did he play more than 10 minutes, and 1 game did he have double digits points.
Well,
he did play on the French under 18.
Okay.
And so the problem is every
under
highlight
18 team.
Yeah, under 18. I've yet to find where anyone pronounces his name.
Yeah, I know. I was looking it up too. It's not online. He is not a
no
written about figure.
But he will be when he plays for Kansas.
He is now.
Yes.
God, that guy's good.
You think we're joking, but Rob has already sent an email down to the Kansas athletic staff to take a look at the college crown.
You guys seen this guy yet? And by the way, they put him back in, and now they're winning again. Come on, Tinkle.
A star is born.
Keeping Frenchmen down. Maybe Tinkle hates the French.
That was. How do you end up in Corvallis from France?
Great question. Well, I read that Tinkle, I don't know if you know the story of this year's Oregon State team. Now, they only made the college basketball crown tournament, but I don't know if you watched them at all this year. They were a lot better than their record. I mean, they showed some flashes. They were a very competent shooting team. They were very competent offensively. They just kind of slowed down the stretch, and they couldn't play much defense. But he went over to Europe and brought in a whole new team. They just basically committed to be like, well, we got to do something different here. I have no players, so I'm just going to go get some Europeans. He brought in a bunch of them.
Well, it worked, I guess, right now.
I mean, I don't.
Hey, it worked when you're in the big Crown Invitation. Hey, I did see the game. They beat Gonzaga.
Yeah, you saw that game. Yeah, so you saw them at their best. That was them at their best.
But then Gonzaga beat them by 30 the next game.
Well, yeah. I mean, nobody's saying they were really good this year, but they were much better because they won 13 games the year before, last year. Yeah. This year they went 20-12. So they're in the ballpark.
You're getting better.
For a while, people were even saying maybe a tournament team. People are talking.
People are talking.
I have an update for you, boys. I've found the highlights of the FIBA Under-18 European Championships.
Was he the MVP?
He was playing for France, and it is Maxime Loguet.
Maxime Loguet! Hee-haw!
We apologize for the racist French accent that we just did.
I don't apologize for anything. Maxime Loguet.
That's right.
I knew it was something cool like that.
Yeah.
We need better pronunciations for our names. You know?
No, we don't.
It's a groupe.
Ooh, I like that. Yours actually sounds pretty good.
Yours does sound pretty exotic.
Yours would be tough.
Sukanek.
Trust me. There's nothing.
Jason. Sukanek.
Nothing flows off the tongue quite like Sukanek.
I love Jason.
That would work.
Isaac and Jason.
Monsieur Sukanek.
This is the worst show we have done in years.
Weren't we going to talk about the tush push?
No. I told you, 5:15. In the news is next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan. On the hardwood tonight, the Blazers are back in action visiting the Atlanta Hawks. DeAndre Ayton, Scoot Henderson, Bryce McGowens, and Robert Williams are all out for Portland. Jeremy Grant is doubtful. Anthony Simons, a game-time decision. Tip-off in just a matter of moments. The Blazers are 5-point road dogs. Elsewhere around the league, 5 players suspended as fallout from the Pistons T-Wolves scuffle on Sunday. Detroit's Isaiah Stewart getting 2 games. Meanwhile, Marcus Sasser, Ron Holland, Dante DiVincenzo, and Naz Reid all get a game apiece. In college hoops, Maryland is hiring Texas A&M head coach Buzz Williams to replace Mark Willard in College Park. In the NFL, Calais Campbell signs a 1-year deal with the Cardinals to play his 18th NFL season. The contract is worth $5.5 million with another $2 million in possible incentives. And on the diamond tonight, the Mariners back at the top of their rotation with Logan Gilbert taking the hill as Seattle hosts Detroit. The Tigers will send Casey Mize to the mound for his first start of the season. First pitch from T-Mobile tonight at 6:40. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan hoodie, as well as classic long and short sleeve tees. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com.
Well, if you've been injured in an accident, you need more than a lawyer. You deserve an advocate. That word right there, advocate, that's the key. You need somebody on your side, not just somebody who's like a money-grubbing lawyer. You know what I'm saying, bro? You want a freaking advocate. It's right in the name.
You are fired up right now. I love it.
It's right in the name.
I have been noticing a lot of terrible billboards popping up in town for personal injury.
Well, I don't know about you. I don't know about billboards. I've been noticing a lot more TV ads.
Yes.
For personal injury attorneys.
Well, I think people have finally kind of figured out that you're tired of getting screwed over when something bad happens to you. Especially when someone has deep pockets like the Buckley family, and so you got to go after them. You got to shake these people down, man. It's we're not the little guy isn't going to sit there and take it anymore. The little guy needs a big guy on their side, and that's where Donikin comes in. They're the big guy for the little guy.
Ken and Donnie.
Yeah.
They're great. They're committed to fighting for each and every client, and that same passion shows across the entire Advocates team. So all we ask you to do is, hey, go check out their website. They've got a website on the internet. Mm-hmm. It's called advocateslaw.com.
All the info you need.
Right there. And you can see what they look like. Yeah. You can size them up. If you've been injured, you need more than a lawyer. You do deserve an advocate. Right in the name, go to their website, advocateslaw.com.
Look, there's feelings, and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks,
the Fan.
Yeah, that's right. Primetime with Isaac and Sue. That's right.
And Motley Crue, evidently.
Did you know Quiet Riot was playing the night we were at A&A?
Really?
Yeah.
I remember we were there. We talked that there was a Quiet Riot show.
Yeah, it was that night.
Really?
Yes, and if I had known that, I would have stayed.
No, you wouldn't.
I would have.
I don't believe you.
I love me some Quiet Riot.
You wouldn't have stayed.
And by the way, Kurt Ludwig from sales told me that they ran into the well, now I got to look up the Quiet Riot guys' names. They ran into one of them in the...
Is it the one you can't say?
What?
Isn't there one of the names that you can't say?
What?
Kurt was telling you a name of one of these people, and I'm like, that's a name you wouldn't be able to say on the radio.
Well, that was their old... So they've had 3 lead singers. The original lead singer of Quiet Riot died.
Yeah, a long time ago.
He overdosed.
I don't know if there's even...
There's a guy by the name of Jizzy Pearl.
I didn't think you could say that.
Well, I probably can't. But he was the lead singer for a while, and now there's a new lead singer. At any rate, Rudy Sarzo is their bassist. And believe it or not, drunk sales guy Kurt was there at the bar where Quiet Riot was going to play that night at A&A. And he was with another one of our sales ladies who recognized Rudy Sarzo sitting there eating a burger. He was just sitting in there eating a burger. You and I were doing a show, and Rudy Sarzo was maybe a pitching wedge away, maybe a 3-iron, probably an 8-iron, eating a burger, and we knew nothing of it.
I did.
I knew Quiet Riot was coming to A&A. We talked about it. I didn't know it was that night.
I just know that there is... I couldn't say anything at the time because they were being... The show was there, but they did a documentary on this. Dude, like, there's no members of Quiet Riot. Like, there's like one guy left, and all the other members' families do not want him to have the name. Like, it's kind of an ugly mess. Basically, someone is trying to like trample on the name of Quiet Riot to try to make a cheap buck by playing at casinos.
Not Rudy Sarzo. Or maybe Rudy Sarzo. I don't know. I think he was an OG.
I don't even know if there's any OGs left. But like there was like one where like one of the members tried to kill another one. It's bad. It's not.
Well, come on, man.
It's a sordid history.
I just didn't know they were there. I was really disappointed. I was.
Yeah.
Quiet Riot was
you
right there.
You still wouldn't have stayed.
And Tim Taylor, the Tim Taylor Band, opened for Quiet Riot.
Well, I'll be damned. That means you definitely wouldn't have stayed.
God.
I
probably would have skipped that show. But
if you would have told me, this is how, if you would have said, hey, at this time, they are going to play Metal Health, then yes. I would go in for that song, and when that song was over, then I would
You wouldn't,
leave.
What if they sang Come On, Feel the Noise right after that? Come on, you're still...
Yeah, that's that's
Mental
right.
Health
Come
is...
on, that's the name of the album.
Or Metal Health.
Yeah, Metal Health.
Yeah, that's a song.
Yes.
Bang Your Head.
Bang Your Head. That's the only song I need to hear from this group of people that is not Quiet Riot, and then I would feel good about leaving.
It does say that Rudy Sarzo was in the band in 1978.
Yeah.
But that was still not an original member. Because they were formed in 1975.
So there are no original members.
There are no original members right now.
No.
Sarzo is the closest. He joined the band about 3 years after they started. Which was the 70s. So I mean, you got to give him that. He's been with them for many moons.
And what did he play?
He's bass.
So the only
he's the bassist.
The only real tie they have to it is the non-original bass player.
I mean, they have a lot of dudes have played in that band.
That's not Quiet Riot.
In that band. I mean a lot.
It's like when you go see Leonard Skinner, no offense to Leonard Skinner, but that's not
Oh wait, now they're saying Jizzy Pearl is the lead vocalist. So I don't know. We missed it. We missed our chance.
Whatever will we do?
We're going to do in the news. That's what we're going to do. It's April 1, 2025. It is time for In the News. I'm your noted newsman. Hello.
Yeah!
Thank you. Thank you so much. Today is Saint Stupid's Day.
What?
Yeah.
What is...
I knew you were going to ask that, so here's the answer.
Please.
Saint Stupid's Day is held each year on April 1 in San Francisco. It was started in 1979 by Ed Holmes, a member of the San Francisco Mime Troupe.
Is that Ed Holmes, like the actor Ed Holmes?
That would be Ed Helms.
Oh, Ed Helms.
Saint Stupid's Day was founded on the belief that one of the unifying characteristics of society is stupidity. According to the First Church of the Last Laugh, the one thing that unites the species across all differences of color, creed, nationality, zip code, and beverage preference is stupidity.
Oh, all right. So
I think that's great.
That's a day, huh?
St. Stupid's Day is centered around the St. Stupid's Day Parade. Begins at noon, marches through San Francisco's financial district.
Just get drunk and...
the city's business center.
I saw that we recently, we have a new saint. They, some kid that died of cancer, they made a saint. So that's happening. There's a new, I didn't know you could do new saints.
Yep.
I thought you had to perform like miracles or something, but apparently this kid just loved the church a lot and then he died. So now he's a saint.
It is also April Fool's Day. What do you think of when you think of Burns, Oregon?
I don't.
Kellen Clemens.
Kellen Clemens, yeah. I think Cowboys.
Yeah, when I think of Burns, I don't know why, but I think of it just like if you said, quick, Eastern Oregon, what do you think of? I think of Burns.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like that's the one town that always comes to mind when I think of Eastern Oregon. I've never been there. It's way the hell out there.
Yeah.
It's like the last town before you get to basically no man's land of Southeast Oregon.
Well, it's like if you're driving to Boise, so you would drive by it. That's on what highway? Highway 20.
I've never been out there.
Yeah, I have because like if you're driving to Utah, you'll go through that. Like Ontario, Burns.
Well, did you know they are dealing with a once in a lifetime flood?
I did not.
They are.
Oh,
in Burns.
This is where I saw something where our fearless leader declared a natural disaster.
Heavy snowfall the last couple of months and a quick warm-up has parts of Burns now underwater. Of course, they're no stranger to snow out there, but they're not used to the rising water. Just yesterday alone, nearly a dozen people had to be rescued from the floodwaters.
No good.
Now the snow is melting into the Silvies River because there's nothing to catch it.
So now the river's just overflowing.
Yeah.
Well, thoughts and prayers to all of our
T's and P's from Big Souk,
brothers and sisters
from
out there in
Jasson.
Burns.
Well, I don't
do prayers, but thoughts, and hopefully
You just said T's and P's.
I know, but I don't.
You don't mean it.
Well, I don't pray. So
well, then why'd you say it?
What do you do when you don't pray? Because praying doesn't do anything to the people that are being flooded. I never understood that. So how about this? I'm thinking of you, and I feel bad. My sympathies.
Thoughts and positive vibes, still T's and P's.
There you go.
Vibes, sending
like
vibes, positive vibes.
I like T's and V's. Thoughts and vibes. Sending it your good way. And I don't know, is there, a place you can donate? We doing like a GoFundMe sort of thing?
Well, you won't donate. Even if I told you
You don't know that.
I do know that.
You don't.
I do know that.
What did I donate to?
see
I
it in your
donated
eyes.
to the animals for the California fires. You
That
jerk.
doesn't mean you're going to donate to Burns floods.
Why are you going there? Look, it's a valid point.
You know I'm right.
No.
All right.
Would have been nice to pretend though.
Well, a lot of people on radio do pretend.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like Rhett and Link.
They're not donating to that.
Exactly.
I always feel bad when you see those things that get sent out to donate it and then you don't donate and you feel terrible.
I don't.
You're a bad
Tragically gross.
person. What?
Yeah. Tragically gross. That's the tease for the next story.
Oh.
It's tragically gross. Yeah, what do you think it is? What do you think it has to do with?
I don't know. Tragically gross.
It has to do with urine.
Oh.
You ready for this story?
Yeah. Is that what we were talking about, like peeing in pools? Is this involving some sort of...
It has nothing to do with the pool.
I thought maybe a water park, because those are tragically gross.
What are you going to do? Pee on me? Like, I don't know. That story's next on In the News on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
Yeah, too much movement that time. End to end, Johnson.
That's what they do.
It's a 4-point
Listen
swing
to the
right there.
crowd. Did you hear the crowd?
Yeah, like 9 people going crazy.
Dude,
It's
it
an
was
electric
nuts.
factory.
It is an electric. Las Vegas, the college basketball crown. Oregon State loses its top 3 scorers to the transfer portal, and yet still almost beats UCF.
Damn near.
Falling 76-75.
Beaver fans everywhere crushed.
They are
that they're
out
not
of
announcing.
the crown tournament, or is it double a limb?
That's a good question.
I think they're done.
Does anyone really know?
Does anyone care?
Maybe the tinkler.
Put the French guy in.
There you go.
Right now, 2 windows free with every 2 you buy, plus get 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 years. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com for a free in-home estimate.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
He said he hadn't heard that.
Yeah, but did you hear the promo that they made?
No.
That is one of the best promos that we have ever aired on the Fan.
Really?
Yes, and it's it's Dirt. Hey, you know, it has how they do the promos. It's like you introduce the guest, and Dirt's introducing. He's like, "Oh, great friend of the program, one of our favorite guys.
We're so glad you're okay.
We're just, oh God, we love Rick Riz." And then Riz comes on. And he goes, "Alan Braden, good to talk to you." Fantastic.
Is this like when Brady Hoke fell asleep? Is it that level of greatness?
Coach.
Hello? Coach?
Now I need to hear this.
Okay,
I'm upset that I haven't.
I'll find it. Alan Braden, Nice to talk to you. How are you a friend of the program? They didn't even know. You didn't even know their names.
Well,
He's not a friend.
Doesn't
of the
mean that you can't be friends.
They should have just filleted him after that. I can't find that. Do we
It's
have
the
that?
reason why Rick Riz doesn't come on with us.
Oh, here it is.
Teams really don't tackle in the fall anyways. How many days would you venture to guess that you would go live anyways? Coach? Hello?
Hello.
Oh, we still there.
Hello.
Oh,
Sorry about that.
Dude, I'm sorry. That's still the greatest thing to ever happen.
Alan Braden, nice to talk to you. My old friends, Alan and Braden.
Is Rick Riz the closest thing we have to Ron Burgundy?
Alan Braden?
I think Rick Riz uses the tape machine to show people his Emmy acceptance speech.
The only thing better would have been like, it's Andy and Brandon. Alan Braden, thank you.
So I found the promo. It has still the imaging with it. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, let's play it again. On the Fan.
On the Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. Rick Riz, longtime voice of the Mariners, one of the legendary broadcasters in the history of the game, good friend of the show. We're so glad to hear that you're okay, Rick. Congrats on another season of broadcasting Major League Baseball.
Alan Braden, thank you very much. It's going to be a lot of fun from the home opener against the A's.
Alan Braden, nice to talk to you.
I love it. Oh.
Is he really one of the legendary broadcasters in the history of the game?
Well, there is a statue of another broadcaster for the Mariners at the stadium.
Alan Braden. If he were a legend, he would have gotten your names right. Because that's what legends do. Details.
If Rick Riz had died getting hit with a foul ball, does he get a statue by the Dave Niehaus statue?
Not at all. No, I don't think he does.
No?
Did it get you? Yeah.
Don't you think you have to give him a statue if he dies?
I don't know.
No.
No. No.
What would I'm just thinking.
Alan Braden.
That statue would look like.
Great to speak with you, my old friends, Alan and Braden.
Hey,
I have a story.
One of the legendary voices of the game.
I have a story about urine.
I can't believe they didn't play the clip for him, though.
Well, I can.
He said that he hadn't heard it yet. You could not have helped yourself. You would have. You two idiots.
Alan Braden.
You would have fired that thing off over under if Rick Riz was doing a segment with us. Over under 3.5 times you play it.
Do you want to hear it again, Rick?
Especially after he says, I can tell how that interview goes right now. Rob, have you heard no? And then Rick Riz says, because they asked him, and Rick goes, no, I haven't heard it. I've just, people have commented. I guarantee the next words out of your mouth would be like, well, let me play it for you.
Did it get you? Yeah.
I'll play it for him. He's like, that's it, Ivan and Jerry. I'm going back to the Alan and Braden show.
Primetime with Ivan and Jerry.
Ivan and Jerry, your show's better than this. You have a responsibility to be more responsible.
You have a responsibility to your audience to be more responsible.
Oh, God.
I have a story about urine.
Oh, talk to me.
Tragically gross, said Alex Van Dunn. Alex Van Dunn. He spent years working in television news throughout the country, but he never imagined standing in front of the camera talking about urine. And he says, you kind of know what the urine smells like, unfortunately. He lives in a northeast Portland neighborhood, and he says that a man shows up in the middle of the night around his house, and they don't really know what he's doing because it's dark, but his wife has noticed that their garbage bins have not been collected. So she goes out, opens the blue bin, which I believe is the recycle bin in Portland.
The recycle bin is, yes. That's the universal. The recycling bin is always blue, even in Washington.
And lo and behold, there was a nice deposit of gallon-sized bottles of pee-pee.
Oh.
There were 6 of them.
I did see a photo.
I saw the bottles as well.
Yeah, I saw the bottles of piss. I didn't know that was the story.
Yeah, so the guy was peeing in gallons.
Yeah.
And putting them in his blue recycle bin.
And by the way, that is not championship level urine. That man is dehydrated. He needs some water stat.
Is also, of course, a biohazard, so they won't take that.
Yeah. You can't.
I always wonder.
You can't do that.
I wonder, like,
just dump it into the
There's
street.
probably an easy answer to this, but when the garbage or recycle guy comes along, and if your bin is not overfloweth, it just is closed.
Sure.
And they do the little the automatic arm thing and just dump it. How do they even know what's in it?
It's a good call.
Because sometimes
I get a little note telling me that
they say we can't take this.
Yeah.
Well, how did you even know that?
It's a good question.
If
it's closed.
you didn't look, if it's closed, you didn't look in it, and the little arm thing comes out.
I don't have the answer to that, but maybe Garbage Bro would, because I would assume that if you wanted to throw something away that you couldn't throw away, couldn't you just cover it up with some stuff?
Well, listen, if there is a king of doing this,
yeah,
it's you.
What are you talking
It's
about?
gotta, dude. That is you.
I would never do that.
That is you to a T.
Would never do that.
Throwing something in the garbage that probably shouldn't be in there. It's not a crime, but it's
talking about. I would never do.
Frowned upon. It inconveniences people, but you don't care because
Soup
you
is
don't
not
want
alone in this.
I'm sure people do it all the time.
This is like when I had that TV and people were telling me that I couldn't throw away. I couldn't throw it away.
Watch me throw it away.
Watch me throw it away.
I'm gonna bury it under these grass clippings. But seriously, if there's a king of that, it's got to be you. Like, we're crowning your ass.
But yeah, I would think maybe the piss smells like you just, like, maybe the trash guy. Like, if something smells worse than the trash, then they're probably not picking it up. And by the way, I have so much question. First off, why are you filling up that many gallon bottles of piss? And then why dumping them in this person's recycling bin? It's insane. Why not just empty it out into the street or empty it out into the rocks or the? Like,
well, I feel like this guy's doing a number on.
He's doing a bit. This is
He's got bits.
But if that's a bit,
it's kind of like April Fools.
A little bit, but isn't there like a? So you're doing this to be mean. You're doing this to throw like a brush back. Is this really that much of a brush back? Because the piss is contained. Like, if you were doing it, why wouldn't you leave them on the doorstep or like pour it out? I don't know. It seems like a very weird rando.
Well, the guy is now on a mission to find out who's doing this. There is grainy video.
Yeah, I see it right here.
But also, apparently, if the urine had gone in the regular garbage bin, it is not a crime. But because it's in the blue bin, it's a crime.
Is it really?
Yes,
So
you
I
can't do that.
So let me get this straight. I can throw away piss?
Apparently so. Well, I don't know that you can. It's not a crime to throw away.
Well, I throw away dog poo.
Yeah, that's right.
So
that's fair.
Sometimes in other people's trash.
Yeah.
So,
Are you not supposed to have liquids in the garbage can, though?
I know you're not supposed to throw away like oil and things like that, like motor oil. That's a separate thing. But I mean, I've thrown away. You throw away dog poo would be the one. I think people. You throw away like grease, like when you clean out the grease trap of the grill or whatever. Do you throw that away? What about bags of human blood? How's that work?
That goes in the biohazard.
Old dirty needles, but we don't have biohazards.
Yeah, we do. You see those like those little boxes.
Yeah, but
by people's front doors.
Do you have to call and get those separately?
Yeah, you got to get that.
Yeah, because we don't. Yeah, those aren't just.
If you just run into a bunch of blood, you don't have anywhere to put it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shove it under some grass clippings. Like Big Sook.
I have 2 big bloody needles and I don't know what to do with them right now sitting under my sink.
Yeah, what do you do?
Well, I drain my ears with them.
Yeah.
And when I get the cauliflower ear, and I don't know what to do with them because they're nasty and I don't want to throw them in the trash.
We all know what you're going to do with them. You're going to hide them in the trash.
I have not.
You haven't yet, but you will.
I have not. They sit in there and I really don't know what to do with them. The question is how long before I get tired and throw them away. But I think that's kind of a D move because then I'm throwing away dirty, gross ear needles.
A biohazard potential.
Yeah, I feel like that's bad. Like, even for me, that I'll throw away a TV, but I'm not throwing away nasty ear needles, but I don't know what to do with them. And they do kind of, they do build up, and
Apparently, so P1 Scott is on it, and he Googled this, and he said apparently that Waste Management has trucks that have cameras that monitor the contents of our bins.
So when it goes up, they see in there?
Yes? I don't know.
I would imagine so. One time we had like some wood that was like rotting as part of a fence. We needed to take it out, and I'm like, well, what do I do with this? It's not exactly yard waste. It's pieces of wood. I'm like, well, wood, trees, and I just threw it all in the green waste bin.
Yeah.
We got a little note on there that was not green waste. Please don't do it again.
Yeah, they don't like that.
Yeah, every now and then I do get the note telling me.
I've had a note.
Yeah.
I've had a note.
And then you feel like Big Brother's like,
Yeah, then you city.
Construction Bro here. Anything that gets flagged at the dump, I just throw in my personal garbage can. Never fails. It's against the law to throw garbage into someone else's garbage bin, including dog poo. Not if it's on the street, it's not.
That's right.
I'm breaking the law every time I do that.
By the way, I don't know if that's true or not, but I do it, so whatever.
It says that the cameras detect when bins are overloaded, which can cause problems during collection. Cameras also help identify when residents are putting the wrong materials in the wrong bins, i.e. recyclables in the trash or vice versa.
I have an old computer chair that my son wants to throw away right now, and I don't know what to do with it.
Can you tear it apart, break it apart, and put it in there in chunks?
Not really. It's like one solid, I guess I could probably take it into 2 pieces, but it's not going to fit in the trash can, and I'm not driving to the dump. It's going to end up with a free sign on it.
The more you know, Walgreens, needle disposal.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go.
That's on the text line. That's what they're saying. I don't know that that's right.
Then they will be getting my nasty ear needles. Thank you, Walgreens. I appreciate that.
All right, that's in the news. April 1, 2025. It is brought to you by the Advocates Injury Attorneys at advocateslaw.com. The Hot 5 at 5 is next on The Fan.
It's time for Legends of Hoop, an inside look at the college basketball championships. Brought to you by Legends Casino Hotel, within winning distance.
Didn't shake Harmon the first time. Rory forces the fade, and there's Booker with the board and the push. Here comes the point forward, right down the lane. And the lay-in from Madison.
Texas to the Final Four. Women's Final Four. Can you name the women's Final Four?
UConn punched their ticket, right? So
Yep.
we got
Correct.
UConn,
Yep.
Texas.
Who else is usually there? Dawn
South Carolina?
Staley.
The Cox.
South Carolina.
The Lady Cox.
And UCLA.
Oh, all right.
UCLA made it.
Didn't know that.
Now you do.
Jaime Hawkins' sister plays for UCLA.
That's right. I mean, I didn't even know that. Escape to Legends Casino Hotel within winning distance. Short drive to Toppenish, Washington, the ultimate destination for fun and relaxation. LegendsCasino.com.
Hey, it's Zook for A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Before getting a new train system installed, I was guilty of getting one quick fix after another. Then I found a team that educated me on how to keep my house comfortable, and they showed me the difference between
The 1080, The Fan.
Gunslinger, making it up as you go.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, the Blazers back in action tonight. It's the end of the first quarter in Atlanta. Blazers extremely short-handed there without Anthony Simons, Jeremy Grant, and Scoot Henderson tonight. Delano Banton in the starting lineup, as well as Shaden Sharp, Donovan Clingan, and Denny Avdia to go with Tumani Kamara. Avdia has 12 points so far on 5 of 5 shooting from the field. Blazers trailing by 27-26 as they enter the second quarter. Elsewhere around the league, 5 players suspended as fallout from the Pistons T-Wolves scuffle on Sunday. Detroit's Isaiah Stewart will miss 2 games, while Marcus Sasser, Ron Holland, Dante DiVincenzo, and Naz Reid will each get a 1-game suspension. In college hoops, Maryland is hiring Texas A&M head coach Buzz Williams to replace Mark Willard in College Park. On the college gridiron, Mizzou quarterback Drew Pine is in the transfer portal again. He'll be looking to join his 4th team before the upcoming season. And in the NFL, Calais Campbell signs a 1-year deal with the Cardinals to play his 18th NFL season. That contract worth $5.5 million. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Good afternoon. At the tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be...
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
One step closer to my own personal hell.
This is Primetime on Sports Radio 1080 The Fan.
We expect the best. We're not afraid to break someone. Do you hear me?
Primetime is your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Go ahead and clap. Mediocrity deserves applause.
Isaac Robb.
I'm miserable. I had to get up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Jason Sakanet.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right. Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Tuesday. It's your Sports Bros. Rob and Suk. Alan and Braden.
Excited.
Or are we Rhett and Link?
It's the best thing we've had in a while. It's the great, one of the legendary voices of the game.
Friend of the program. Hey, Rick, welcome back. Thanks, Alan and Braden. That will never not be funny.
Nor that. How about Rick Riz giving us 2 bits of audio that will sustain us for many moon to come? Thank you, Rick.
Excited.
Big Sukes right over there. We got Buckley back in the saddle from Hawaii. We missed his sexy body.
Even though he's not tan, but don't bring it up to him because he gets very defensive.
Did you really go to Hawaii?
Yeah, I did. You know what's really going to blow your mind? Is that after today, I'm going to be out the rest of the week, too.
The hell are you going now?
Now what?
First ever trip to Bandon, baby.
Good boy. How do I get on that radio producer salary? How do we get that one?
Kidding.
Yeah.
Like 10 days in Hawaii and then out to
Hey,
Bandon?
it was only 7.
Who we got tomorrow?
Ortner.
Nice.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if you know this, but
Big Will Betts.
Ryan Buckley currently homeless.
No, not true. Living at my mom's.
He's living at his mom's house right now.
Yeah.
He came back from Hawaii and has to move in with his mom.
That's right.
His house has radon and asbestos.
Well, no. We've already mitigated the radon. That was years ago. But the asbestos abatement is underway in the Buckley house.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
How did you know you had asbestos?
We knew when we bought the place. Yeah,
Wait, and you're just now?
We did this yesterday.
You missed a whole thing yesterday when Buckley told me that he was moving in with his mom. And I was like, oh, my God, how did you find out about the asbestos? He goes, when we moved in. I said, when did you move in?
We decided not to fix it then, but we do want to make some improvements to the house and can't disturb the ceilings without doing the asbestos abatement.
Yeah,
so.
Buckley moved in 5 years ago to a poisonous house on 2 fronts, and both was like,
That's right.
It's fine.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Fixed one issue then, one now. So,
yeah. God, that's great.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, not.
Well, so we had to put all of our furniture and things into storage, either our garage and a storage pod, and then the 4 of us moved into the downstairs at Mom's house.
And now you're moving. Now you're going to Bandon.
That's
I'm sure
right.
your wife's going to love that.
Yeah, I get a vacation from my vacation, and she's with the 2 kids.
Yeah. It's nice to be.
She goes to Mexico in June.
It's nice to be the Buckleys. Are you having to pay for this Bandon one for?
Yeah, last year I couldn't go because I couldn't afford it. So I had to.
First time Buckley's gone somewhere and had to pay for it himself.
He got a big raise. All right, we got MLB Underboob coming up this hour. But yeah, Buck likes underboob.
Well, who doesn't?
I mean, MLB underboob? Come on.
Yeah.
Underboob, side boob. I mean, it's great. I mean,
But in our next segment, we're going to have to talk about the NFL rules votes, or else I'll probably get drawn and quartered for teasing that and never getting to it.
Well, Deal thinks that's our April Fool's today, is that you're saying that we're going to get
we're actually
rules
going
news and we're not going to do it.
I mean, look, there's not much going on, but that's newsy today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's newsy.
Mm-hmm.
There's some NFL tidbits out there, It's a couple rules to.
Yeah, it sounds like Rodgers is going to the.
Rodgers?
Rodgers is going to the Steelers.
Yeah, draft's kind of taking shape a little bit. A couple rules.
We don't know yet, but
got some flex schedule stuff.
Looking like it. Also in the club, the Sexy Beatles. We will introduce you to who they're casting to be the Beatles in the new.
I know the beefcake photos that they're putting out there.
The Sexy Beatles.
A couple of them were shirtless.
Right now, very late, the hot 5 at 5:15.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food. Discover Victorico's new savory menu items. Order in store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victoricos.com. Number 5.
Well, it's round 1, and the Winterhawks are in a vicious cockfight with Prince George.
1-1.
The series tied 1-1. Game 3 is to nizzle at the Coliseum.
I'm sure you will be there.
I will not.
No. It's disappointing. Wait, I'm not going to be there either. But I do go to Winterhawk games, unlike you.
Wow.
I don't know why you always point that out. Does that make you feel better about yourself?
I thought you were going to be our hockey bro.
I don't like hockey.
And you won't support the local.
Although I do like Winterhawks games. They're pretty fun. I've been to 2 of them.
It's a good bang for your buck. They do a nice job over there.
And I drink beer and stuff.
And stuff.
I show my boobs on the,
up on the.
Press them up against the glove.
You and the rosebuds, do you?
Yeah.
Is that all for that one there? I'm guessing yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Did he go to the water?
Sue could add some Winterhawks tidbits, but.
Hey, our buddy, the Orange O guy, big Winterhawks fan. Text us about it frequently.
If you want a hockey thing, the grade 8, Ovechkin, 5 goals away from Gretzky's once unbreakable record. A little hockey tidbit for you.
The Braves have lost outfielder Jurickson Profar. He has been suspended 80 games for performance-enhancing drugs.
This makes me happy because this dude couldn't hit a lick. Signed a 1-year deal with the Padres, and all of a sudden started raking. And the Braves gave him $42 million, and he got popped for roids. Hey, I wonder how at 32 you had that breakout power season, buddy. Hey,
Says he,
as someone would tell you, there's no more steroids in the game of baseball.
You're doing better than this.
Says he would never knowingly do such a thing.
Of course not.
He just signed in the offseason. He forfeits over $5 million. He can return in early July, but the thing about these suspensions, he will not be eligible for the postseason.
But the way the Braves are playing, it won't matter because I think they're 0-5. Haha.
Why can't you just say I would never do such a thing? Does that mean he would unknowingly do such a thing?
No, I think it means he did unknowingly do such a thing.
By the way, it's still worth it. The dude signed a 1-year, $1 million contract, did a bunch of roids, and got $42 million guaranteed. He had to give up 5. I'll tell you what, that's a great use of anabolic steroids. Good for him.
Maryland replaces Kevin Willard with Texas A&M's Buzz Williams as head coach.
I was a little surprised that old Buzz Williams left Texas A&M.
The Buzzard.
Maryland.
He's a good coach.
He is.
11 NCAA tournaments in 18 seasons for him. Ahead of the Final Four, they're saying that Auburn's Janai Broom is not practicing today and tomorrow. Bruce Pearl saying he needs to rest his elbow.
Yeah, he had that funky fall on the elbow, and that looked bad. Remember, he got up and mouthed, "I'm done."
Yeah.
Went to the locker room, came back out, and finished the game. But it's just something to keep an eye on.
Honk your horn if you knew the Oregon State men's basketball season was still going on.
Well,
it is.
I did.
Well, it was.
It's not anymore.
Not anymore. They already lost at the Crown tournament.
It was, and now it isn't.
This afternoon, the Beavers playing without their top 3 scorers because they transferred. UCF, though, in fairness, without 7 players. There were 11 players in the transfer portal from this game. The Beavers lose 76-75.
Now, are we certain that this is a single elimination tournament?
We are not. There could be hope, but no one wants to look it up. So.
I just did. It is indeed a single elimination tournament.
They're out. Owners of the Steelers suggest Aaron Rodgers will sign with Pittsburgh. He used the words headed in that direction.
Yeah.
The NFL announcing a Christmas triple header in 2025. 2 games on Netflix and 1 on Amazon.
Wasn't it adorable when the NBA thought that they owned Christmas Day? And then the NFL was like, yeah, no, that's ours.
Reports the Cowboys and Micah Parsons have agreed on a deal making him the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. No terms yet, but it's expected to surpass Myles Garrett's deal with the Browns, which gives him $40 million a year.
Once again, hey, Jerry, you might want to sign people before it comes down to this. He acts like he's some sort of tough negotiator, and then he just ends up paying the largest contract of all time. He continues to do that. Sign people early, dumbass. The Cowboys are just a mess.
Stop now. Let's do it. That's it, baby. Shut it from the rooftops. America's #1 fighting force.
Number 1.
Number 1.
And number 1, the NFL owners are in Florida, and they are voting on several rules, changes, modifications. Here's what I'll tell you. I will tell you that the tush push survives for the time being.
Yeah, they're going
because they have tabled that vote.
Table it. I think they said there was 16 votes to ban it, but they need 20. Let's say it's 24, 26.
Yeah, they need 75%.
Something like that.
What's 75% of 32?
It's in the 20s that they
math wizards.
I know that. So it's short, but so it's not going away. They're going to table it and try to gather more support.
Yeah, so all the other stuff we'll tell you about in our next segment.
24. They need 24.
24 of 32, yeah. I can't believe they have 16 votes to... Well, we'll talk about it. That's going to be in our next segment, NFL rules voting talk. The Hot 5 is brought to you by Victoricos Mexican Food, 19 locations across Oregon and Washington, now in Lacamas Square in Vancouver. Find a location near you at victoricos.com. When you think of flavor, think of Victoricos. We'll be right back on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. So there are no non-power teams left in the Sweet 16.
All right, the NFL owners are in Florida. They're doing their owner thing, being rich, probably drinking nice whiskey.
Doing the owner thing.
They voted on some rules changes. So the tush push tabled. I don't really know why they tabled it, but they didn't.
I think there's
vote on
enough
it.
support and there's enough people, obviously, that are.
They're trying to get it pushed through.
They're trying to get it.
They're like,
pushed
well, we
through.
don't have the votes now, so let's
Yeah.
table it to May. Then maybe we'll have the votes in May.
Yeah.
Because the May would be the next time they get together.
Yes.
So I don't really. I am surprised how many votes for this they have. They have 16 votes for this.
The Packers are the one that started it, and LaFleur is being a little bitch. And it is gaining support. The Bills, who actually do their
He's a
own form of
bitch.
the tush
That
push,
whiny bitch.
that didn't work in the postseason, they're on board with it now.
What changed? Because I feel like everybody at first is like, well, if you don't like it, stop it.
I don't know. I don't know what exactly has changed. I mean, they cite the two things is injury, which is crap.
Oh, come on.
And the second one is
Injury. Has anybody been hurt on that play?
Yeah, the Pat Mahomes got hurt on it. He tweaked his neck, and so they won't do it. Kansas City refuses. By the way, they're also one of the worst short yardage teams in football. Sean McVay is a big anti-tush push guy, and his complaint is it doesn't look like football to him, which
That's a terrible answer too.
exactly.
So they really have no.
There's no ground.
There's nothing tangible. It's just we don't like it.
Pretty much.
It reminds me of Saban and the whole no huddle thing,
Yeah.
where it was like, player safety. Really? What's the problem? Why is this unsafe? You just don't like having to defend it.
Yeah, it's not unsafe at all. The guy who does it all the time never gets hurt.
Yeah. So it just there's
Right?
there's no.
I mean, he gets hurt all the time. Actually, he just doesn't get hurt from that play.
There is no tangible evidence that this is any more dangerous than anything else. Players don't like to do it. If you've ever been in, but players don't like to be in goal line situations at all. The worst thing in football is a goal line play. You know you're going to get kicked, stepped on, hit. It sucks. But no one has been seriously hurt by
Dude,
this.
if I'm the Eagles and they actually get the votes on this, I'm pissed.
Well, and by the way, they've even said, and this is one where I actually like Sirianni and Roseman and these guys. They just said, dude, if you want to ban this, that's fine. We're still going to be the best short yardage team in football, so F you. And I like that they take that mentality, but you know Philadelphia's got something going when their solution is to just ban what you do real well. And also, let me point out, every other team, if they wanted to, could do this.
And teams do try it, right?
Teams do try it. And the idea was that Kelsey
was the Bills were doing it for a
the
while?
Bills do it. And teams do versions of this. It's just, one, Philadelphia has a really big, good O-line. And they said Kelsey was the key to it. Well, no, because Kelsey's retired and they still do it. The key is they have the quarterback with the biggest ass in NFL history. Jalen Hurts squats like 650 pounds. So when you have a big physical O-line and you start churning those legs and you get someone from behind that shoves, it's essentially unstoppable. Vita Vea stops it. My goal, my dream is that when Philadelphia plays Green Bay, I want them to run an entire series inside the red zone just with the tush push. 1st and 10 from the 18, tush push it all the way into the end zone and then turn and flip off Matt LaFleur.
Yeah, well, interesting. They're going to vote again on that in May. They did pass a rule to allow both teams to possess the ball in overtime of regular season games. Now, this is, of course, true in the postseason, but now they're moving it to the regular season, which is good.
They tried bumping it to also there was the idea, it was voted on to make it 15 minutes to let both teams have the ball, but they said no, 10, and then it's still a tie.
Which is good. Both teams should possess the ball,
but
10 minutes isn't very long, so you're probably going to get more ties, don't you think?
You would think, yes.
Obviously a tie.
Either that or you're going to get teams
tie.
that are going to be running 2-minute drills and scrambling a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because 10 minutes, if you go on a 7-minute drive, and then all of a sudden the other team's got 3 minutes, you got to put the foot on the pedal a little bit.
Do you think teams, so the first team that gets the ball in overtime is now going to settle for more field goals if they get in range? Because the game doesn't end with a touchdown anyway.
Yeah.
So you take the points.
It's possible. I could see there being some strategy behind that, unless your defense is cooked and the other team's humming. So much of that is just situational. It's a feel on how your defense is playing, what you're doing to the other side, how long you've been on the field.
As expected, they are moving a touchback on kickoffs out to the 35, so this will entice shorter kicks and more returns.
Nice job, you kicker!
Yeah, they're trying to get this thing. They said they want between like 70 and 80% of kicks to be returned. And we talked about this when they originally did this. people are just going to kick it out of the end zone. They're not going to deal with it. But now at the 35, I mean, a couple years ago, obviously this thing was at the 20 and then 25, 30, and now 35. That's especially in an overtime situation or end of game, you do not want to give the team the ball at the 35. So this will get the desired effect. People will make sure that the ball is returned.
And that's good. I think I don't know, it puts a little more emphasis on the special teams play.
Yeah.
You got to
have a kicker.
You got to block for it. You got to know you got to try to run it right.
They want this back in the game, and this will I think this will do a good job.
No changes to the onside kick.
No, you still have to announce and do all that, which is that's stupid. That's a weird component of it, and my eyes still haven't adjusted to the weird dynamic kickoff. But that's being nitpicky. You can nitpick any sport and rule changes.
Also, as expected, first downs will now be measured by the cameras.
Yeah.
Not the chain gang remains, but they're just a backup.
Yeah, and the chain gang will be there for a visual reference, I think, for players. The little, that you can see where to go. But yeah.
Those scientists better check their hypotenuses.
So that's pretty cool.
And this is a good thing as well.
Oh my God.
Yeah, these are all positive steps.
What year is this? 1940? Come on.
Well, remember when, who was it? We had to do the index card. And, sometimes you see those chains and they're like got athletic tape on. I mean,
that index card was one of the dummest things I've ever seen.
Because it wouldn't have proven, it's not a measuring tool. It's a card.
Yeah.
And it's it's paper thin.
So I just like now that we're going to do it. Hey, the line to gain is the 25. Here's the camera. Did you get to the 25?
Because it's, paper.
Yes.
Lions, they had a proposal to allow wildcard teams to be seated higher than division winners. That failed.
Nay.
So they didn't like that. I don't know why.
Yeah, I think
what's their problem?
I think they like the idea of winning the division still, still having some teeth to it.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Once in a while it does. Like the Vikings won 14 games, had to go on the road. The Seahawks one year hosted a playoff game, and they weren't even a 500 team. So
there's always one bad division.
Yeah,
always.
Yep.
And that team should not.
No.
I don't know. If a wildcard team like Minnesota last year, they should get. That team's better than the team that won the division.
And this is the same thing that we talk about with the college football stuff, like who gets buys and all that. But it's an imperfect world, and people said no. And remember, you have to get 24 owners to ratify any of these things, and there's probably enough owners who are like, no, we like the idea. There's probably a better chance of your team not being very good and getting a home playoff game than you being a 14-win team and going on the road.
There's 4 owners that are instantly going to vote against it: the Panthers, the Falcons, the Saints, and the Bucks.
Yeah, so it's hard to get the votes.
Crappy ass division.
A great leader once said, "You don't have the cards."
You don't have the cards. That's right.
Bring gas.
We have the cards, and that's it.
If you do it anymore, you're going to have problems.
Yeah, I was trying to think if it was
So there it is.
Was there any other?
That's our NFL.
And Goodell said that there was no discussion on the 18-game schedule.
Yeah. He's going to have to wait.
Yeah, people were like, hey, is that a...
He's getting pushback on that one.
Yeah, and he said there was no meaningful conversation about the 18-game schedule.
And there is your NFL rules vote. Seggy.
Oh, and
wasn't it worth it?
The holding got shot down. The Lions also wanted defensive holding to not be an automatic first down.
I didn't mind that. Did you?
I see where they're coming from, especially because they play so much man coverage and bully ball. The downside of that is you could literally tell any DB the moment you think you're getting beat, especially on third down plays.
That's true.
Just tackle the damn guy.
Yeah.
And so I'd say in theory, that's a good rule because there's nothing worse than 3rd and 12 and a BS ticky-tack holding call on a 3-yard out gives you a first down.
Absolutely hate it.
But if it's 3rd and 12, I would literally tell any of my guys, dude, you get real aggressive with them at the line of scrimmage. And if it's a holding call, whatever, we're disrupting some routes because it's not an automatic first down. So there would be enough teams that would fudge that and play not in the spirit of the rule. And I think that's where people looked at this and were like, nah, we're not doing that.
Yeah, I will never understand how DBs, when it gives them no advantage whatsoever.
Yeah.
But they get flagged for, just tugging on a jersey and giving the other team an automatic first. It drives me insane.
Yep.
It does suck, but at the same time, I don't really get why DBs do it. Because there are times when you look at it and you go, what are you doing, dude? You're right with him. Like, it makes no... He has the guy covered, but then he wraps his arm around his waist or he tugs on his jersey. Why are you doing that part of it?
I think it's just an instinctual thing.
Moron.
Yeah. It's just hard. It's hard to keep your hands to yourself.
Don't I know it?
Mm-hmm. I think we all do.
I've been called into HR for that many times.
Try laying on the couch sometime with the missus and see if your hand doesn't naturally wander somewhere. You can't help it, man.
All right. We have MLB Underboob coming up next.
Speaking of hands wandering.
Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update first on The Fan. The Blazers are back in action tonight. They're on the road in Atlanta taking on the Hawks, and despite being shorthanded, they have a lead towards the end of the first half. About 2:31 to play in the second quarter. It is 50-48 in favor of Portland. Got 16 from Denny Avdia, 9 from Shaden Sharp, 7 apiece from Jabari Walker and Tumani Kamara. In the college game, Maryland is hiring Texas A&M head coach Buzz Williams to replace Mark Willard in College Park. On the college gridiron, Mizzou quarterback Drew Pine is in the transfer portal again, seeking his 4th school before the start of next season. In the NFL, Calais Campbell signs a 1-year deal with the Cardinals to play his 18th NFL season. And on the diamond tonight, the Mariners back at the top of their rotation with Logan Gilbert taking the hill as Seattle hosts Detroit. The Tigers will send Casey Mize to the mound for his first start of the season. First pitch at T-Mobile at 6:40. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest with Jason Swigard is back. Saturdays at 8 a.m. before the Sinner and the Saint on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Here's Advia with the ball, 12 to shoot. Working on Gay, crossing over into the lane, counted, and he heads to the line. Another one of those and-one opportunities for Denny Avdia.
Apparently that's from tonight.
That is.
The Blazers are actually playing tonight.
Do
you think they're upset that the Winterhawks made the Hot 5 at 5 and they didn't?
That might be the first time that's ever happened. 57-52, about 20 seconds to play in the half.
Who's winning?
Your Portland Trail Blazers, 57-52, and Denny's got 16, 9, and 6 in the first half. My man is
better
on
shut him down.
Heater. No, he's like the only one still playing.
Shut him down.
They played him like 40 minutes a night.
Can't be winning games.
No, they haven't. I think they've lost 5 in a row.
Battery Exchange, mention code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off your entire purchase this month online at batteryexchange.com.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate
1080 The Fan.
Okay, before we get to MLB Underboob, did you guys talk about the torpedo bat yesterday?
No, I think I may be the one person that didn't care enough about the torpedo bat. I feel like it had been covered by everybody.
Yeah, it was a big hot topic. The new bats. Somebody said, look up the Sixers starting 5 tonight, and that's how you tank.
Yeah, they're not doing the ethical tank. They're in full-blown tank.
Well, I just looked it up. They have Justin Edwards, Adam Bona, Quentin Grimes.
Hey, I've actually heard of him.
Lonnie Walker, and Ricky Council.
It's Lonnie Walker the fourth and Ricky Council the fourth. Get it right, you son of a bitch.
I know Lonnie Walker and Adem Bona and Quentin Grimes, but I don't know those other two.
Well, I would still contend that
Bona's a rookie, I think.
There is no better masterclass in tanking this year than Danny Ainge.
Oh, yeah, because they could actually be decent if they wanted to.
Well, I mean, dude, it just goes to show you, if you're going to tank, you still have to have a plan to do it.
Yeah.
Danny Ainge did. I mean, that team wasn't any good last year, but they came back with Markkanen, and they were fine.
I think they got fined twice this year for sitting
Dude,
guys.
it was game 3 when they were like, "Oh yeah, Lauri Markkanen pulled his back. He's out for a century."
And I do believe they are tied for the worst record.
They have the worst record.
60-6. No, well, they're half a game worse than the Wizards.
Yeah, dude. Masterclass.
And
that right there is how you tank. Nobody saw them in the tankathon.
No.
And yet Danny Ainge all summer was just sitting there twisting his handlebar mustache going, ooh, Cooper Flagg looks pretty good on film. I think I'll go get him. And he freaking did it. The league let him do that. That is bullshit.
And what better place for the exciting white to go?
Exactly.
He looks like he
what a
belongs
fit.
From Maine to Utah.
Dude, they're going to love him in Utah. They're going to think he's Mormon.
Well, he kind of has that look about him. Maybe he'll convert.
Dude, doesn't that piss you off if you're a Blazer fan?
I don't know what you're talking about. Tamani Kamara is getting promoted for Defensive Player of the Year from the Blazers.
You could have had the best odds to get Cooper Flagg. You could have. Yes. You just had to commit to it.
Yeah,
your team sucked balls last year. Yep. You have a bunch of veterans this year that you could have traded if you wanted to win the tankathon. You didn't. You then you hang your coach out to dry, and then out of spite, he goes and wins a bunch of games.
Yeah.
Nice job, Blazers.
Well, the terrifying thing is they've got a couple games coming up here that the tank on is the tank off, I should say, is real, because they play like Toronto, Chicago, San Antonio. Like there's some teams like San Antonio and them are separated by one game basically for a slot between they're going to land between like 8 and 10. I think Chicago's in there too. So there's got a couple games where you are really going to have to show your tanking ability.
Yeah, but they screwed it up a long time.
I know.
Point being, yes, the Sixers are tanking, and the Sixers didn't plan to tank. They didn't set out to tank.
Yeah.
It just kind of turned into the year where it, Embiid gets hurt, George never is healthy, and so you're just like, okay, fine, let's just lose a bunch of games.
Yeah.
That's different. Danny Ainge set out to get Cooper Flagg, and dude, he's going to have the best odds to get him. Unbelievable. Yeah. Absolutely how the league lets him do that, and I don't mean lets him like it's perfectly within the rules.
Yeah.
I mean, tank better than him.
The Blazers were in the middle of an ethical tank.
Losers. Tell you what, an ethical tank gets you.
That gets you the 9th best pick.
Yeah,
That's
freaking.
You're a loser.
Caleb Love, who never met a shot he didn't like.
Hey, I'll tell you what, Blazer fan doesn't care because this team, you don't need anyone else. You just grow. I mean, they've got Denny, they've got Tumari, they got a bunch of guys with fun names. What are you talking about? Let this young team grow and develop, and that's going to be good enough. Welcome.
All right.
Hey, next year, play-in, baby.
What?
They'll be in the
They'll be a play-in team next year.
Yeah, they're headed that way.
They threatened this year, so look out.
Threatened this year, next year, look out. 10th seed, here we come.
But if you're going to be in the play-in, you got to have a plan.
You do?
That's right. If you're going to tank, you got to have a plan.
Yeah.
If you're going to be in the play-in, you got to have a plan.
The Sacramento Kings and the Dallas Mavericks have a plan.
So somebody calls you and says, "Hey, do you want Luka?" No. We want to be in the play-in.
Concepts of a plan.
That doesn't fit into our plans.
Doesn't fit into the plan. No.
Hey, do you want Cooper Flagg? No. Also doesn't fit into our plans.
Hey, how about anyone that bet the Blazers over, right? They're probably sitting there smiling right now.
Yeah, how many games have they won?
32.
Yeah, they definitely hit the over.
What a huge season.
It was even lower this year than last year.
This season,
24 or something. It was bad.
Well, they sailed to the over.
Yeah.
Was this a fun season then? Because I would argue that it probably wasn't.
Well, I'll tell you what. I went to like 5 or 6 games this year. This was not a bad team to watch. It was not. So I think for a lot of Blazer fans, if you're going to do a short-sighted, you don't care about the growth, and you're looking at this year, you have a couple guys that have established themselves as real pieces moving forward in Denny and Tumani, excuse me.
Or Kamara.
Yeah, Tumani. Scoot doesn't appear to be like the world's biggest bust. It looks like he can play a little bit.
Magic Johnson.
I just think there was growth and development, and I think for some Blazer fans, they're going to look at that and say it was a fun year, it was a competitive year, they play an exciting brand of basketball, and for them, like that's going to be enough because no one talks themselves into role players becoming the core of your team more than Blazer fan. And that's what you have here.
Standards is so shockingly low.
Yes.
It's unbelievable.
I'm telling you, dude, I hear it all the time from Blazer fan that just thinks that, that this core, if you just give it 3 years, will be like some sort of real, like contending team. And you just...
All right, well,
I don't know how you convince those people otherwise.
We got to get to...
Guys, move on.
Yeah, thanks, Neil. We will. We got to get to MLB Underboob.
Yeah.
The torpedo bat.
Yeah, the Mets lost again, too.
It's a big deal.
Damn it.
And by the way, you guess who's already cashing in on the torpedo bat?
What?
Ryan freaking Buckley.
Really?
That's who.
I saw a list this morning, and you know that if the books are ahead of this, then you're already getting screwed as the end user. But DraftKings had a tab that said, bet torpedo bat players to hit home runs, and then they have a list of all those players using the torpedo bats. So I put $1 on each of them, and Anthony Volpe, plus 850, already went yard.
Volpe already hit a bomb.
Probably just need one more to get my money back.
With his little bat.
Who was the guy? Was it De La Cruz yesterday that had like a 7 RBI?
2 home runs.
He's another one that I bet, but they're in a barn burner tonight.
All right. MLB Underboob next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
What are you bringing to the table today, Buckley?
How about a little Oregon softball for you?
Yeah,
the Ducks are 6th in the nation now. They scored 20 runs in back-to-back games over the weekend, and today, freshman Stephanie Maake named Big Ten Conference Freshman of the Week.
Do the Ducks have a bad sports program? Is there?
I'm going to look it up and see if
what is their worst sports program?
Not many.
You know what? I'm going to do some research here.
Fire that up.
Maybe like their ping pong team sucks.
Oh, you know what? I think their soccer team was not very good last year. I think they won like 1 or 2 conference games, and I think they did.
The standard is higher.
I think.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
Check out the Fan Merch Locker.
There's a lot of people. It's like Woodstock.
on 1080 The Fan.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah, I was asking what the worst Oregon sports program is.
Now, there's way more lady ducks than there are male ducks.
Thanks, Title IX.
So the men play baseball, basketball, cross country, football, golf, tennis, track, and field. The only thing that the Ducks suck at on the men's side, they kind of suck at tennis.
Okay.
Their
tennis program, like what? Give me some context.
So the tennis program is 9-10 overall.
Okay.
1-6 in conference play, 0-6 on the road, 0-2 neutral. They suck.
Okay.
And the teams that they beat beat like Santa Clara. But like Stanford whoops their anytime they play a ranked team, like Stanford is ranked 18th and they blanked them. So the men's tennis team kind of stinks.
Okay.
That's it. Everything else is good, right? Baseball good, basketball good, cross country, football, track and field, golf, all good. Now the ladies, I got bad news. Outside of the core sports, right? Your basketball, because they play a bunch.
Basketball, softball, track and field.
Yeah, so they have acrobatics and tumbling, basketball, beach volleyball, cross country, golf, lacrosse.
They're good at golf.
Soccer, softball, tennis, track and field, volleyball. Outside of the core ones that you know about, they suck.
So what's the worst Oregon Ducks sports program? Beach volleyball. That's a new program now.
3-12. They've lost 12 in a row.
Do they have they don't have men's beach volleyball.
No, they do not.
You just said that.
They have literally lost 12 in a row.
Fire Jason Dillard.
That's the beach volleyball coach?
I think so, yes.
Well, he stinks.
That's what AI is telling me.
So they are not good. And honestly, like I said,
well, he may not stink. He's probably a program builder. They just started. This is just his second year.
Oh.
Jason Dillard. Let's give him a chance.
Yeah, and soccer does stink. They went 5-11-2 and 1-8-2 in conference.
Soccer stinks. Lacrosse stinks. I mean, like
maybe they need a new women's AD.
Lacrosse has lost 5 in a row.
What if Oregon becomes the first Power 5 program to hire a women's AD? They
need
separate of the men's AD.
Because no offense, but the lady sports.
Or would Title IX not go for that?
I don't know how all that works.
I mean, their women's sports are becoming bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
Maybe they need their own focus. Clearly they do at Oregon. Rob. What are you doing down there, Rob? Get your women's sports in order, man.
I feel bad. Beach volleyball. 12
no, you don't.
12 in a row
you
for
don't
the beach
feel
volleyball
bad.
team.
You don't feel bad at all.
Who would have thought that
you didn't even know
the beach? I did not know that they played in all those sports. Who would have thought though the beach volleyball team in Oregon, in Eugene, would stink?
Well, another segment has gone by the wayside. Major League Baseball underboob.
Well, you asked, and I know. I had to.
I actually wanted to know that because it seems like all their programs are really good.
Not so,
but
fast.
They're not.
No, they are not.
So it looks like Rob Mullins has some work to do down there.
Yes.
That said, does he really? Because most of those don't make money, so it doesn't matter.
No. Look, I think
go get that star quarterback, okay?
I have a feeling that the budgetary concerns of that athletic department are not focused on beach volleyball.
Let's say you
and
got
women's lacrosse.
Let's say you got $2 million lying around down there. You want to go in to improve the beach volleyball team, or you want to get that 5-star quarterback, huh? What do you want?
When we had the old administration in, they said that the new House settlement revenue sharing, right, up to it's like $22 million, was going to have to involve Title IX, which was a big deal because you were like, holy God, we got to split this money equally. And then the new administration came in a shocking development said no. So according to the Board of Education, which I don't even know if it exists anymore, the revenue sharing does not have to follow Title IX. So let's play the new fun game of if 22 million or 23 is being shared at the University of Oregon, what is that split between male and female sports?
Yeah. Probably 50-50, don't you think?
I would think so. Are we like 20 versus 2? 19-3?
Yeah, 22 maybe.
20.
Maybe less. I don't know.
It's not going to be.
Sorry, Kim Mulkey.
Yeah, those scales are not going to be balanced.
And P1 Scott says it as well. I think we've all had this thought. Beach volleyball at Oregon sucks. Isn't that like Alabama sucking at ice hockey?
does.
That's
It's
fair.
a little bit like that.
Why would we be any good at beach volleyball?
The question is, do we have a nice setup at Oregon? Because their facilities are second to none.
Well, that's kind of why I was asking about a bad sports program, because I feel like they do, like there's no.
I just think
there's no bad facility.
But I
is there?
think if you want to be a beach volleyball player, my guess is you're from a warm weather climate and want to play outside. And
It almost seems like a weird sport for them to add. Why not do field hockey or something? Like I don't. It feels like there's
surfing.
Plenty of. Well, that's not what I was thinking.
I'm looking here. Yes, there is a court there on campus, and boy, it's something. Yeah, it's
a court.
Well,
Is that
like,
what they call it? Isn't
yeah,
it Isn't it a pit? It's a pit.
Well, it's a volleyball court, right? It's a pit.
No, it's a pit. It's beach volleyball. It's sand.
Shut up.
You shut up.
Well, there is one right there on campus.
Yeah, isn't that? It's called the pit, right?
You don't know.
I think it is. It's not a court.
Why can't it be a court of sand?
I guess it could.
I mean, it is the normal is a volleyball court.
And I think you do meet someone on like the bocce court, and that's
Okay.
like made of
Well, we need to answer
crushed up
this
oysters.
question before we go to break here. So hold on.
What do you call a beach volleyball court?
No.
Well, that is literally what we're asking.
Well, no, but it's not a court. So why would you say? What would you call a? I wouldn't use the word court.
I'm looking it up right now.
A sand volleyball court is
Yes.
commonly referred to as a beach volleyball court.
He wins.
Yeah, sand court.
Okay. I thought it was a pit. I was with Buckley on that. Nice job.
That from the
Man, you are a
important
sports
beach volleyball terminology that you need to know before
Give us some more.
you play. Ace, attack, block, bump.
Well, that's just volleyball.
That's all just volleyball. Yeah.
What are the little shorts called?
I'm not taking that.
Why not?
I'm not taking that bait.
What are you, an adult?
By the way, yeah, all of these stupid things are just volleyball terms. These are
Take
not
off your shorts
unique.
and dunk me.
I did fall in love at the Summer Olympics with the Canadian beach volleyball team. Yeah, I forget who the name of the gal who I fell in love with, but for like a 2-week period, it was a torrid affair.
Well, our eyes are on you, Jason Dillard.
Yeah, get your
Pick it
ass-
up.
12 in a row. Quit freaking embarrassing us. We're the home of Oregon Beach volleyball here on the Fan. What the hell? We need to talk to Dan Lanning about this.
Oh, that's a good one.
I don't think he would like that line of questioning.
I don't mind talking to y'all.
I think he'd mind talking about that.
I bet you if
You know
the
what? I'm
beach,
going to cook on your grill.
if the beach volleyball coach said, "Hey, coach, I want you to come in and talk to the girls," he'd be like, "Okay, be right there."
What an opportunity.
You know?
I don't think.
Wouldn't you? I would.
You ever see a cheetah stretch?
These gals need to be motivated. I'll come in there.
And they're actually called volley shorts.
Volley shorts.
Yeah.
Okay. I think you should get a pair.
I do see.
Who says he doesn't have a pair already?
Well, he knew what the court was called.
I do see more and more guys at the gym wearing like spandex just as shorts, and it's alarming. It's a bold move.
Why do they do that?
I think you're trying to show off the bulge. Why else would you do it?
Yeah, I guess
mean,
that's it, huh?
I
love dong news.
Well, what's disturbing is when you do no gi jiu-jitsu, like you're not in the gi, so you just wear like a rash guard, it's a spandex top, and then you're supposed to wear shorts.
Black dome.
But some dudes literally wear full leggings. They wear spats. They wear leggings, and that's it, and that is not okay. Because then there's inversion, and that's
inversion.
that is no good. Like someone flips around, and next thing you know, you're face to face with that thing. They are going to rock your ass for 2 hours. And the guy's like, I like to stay light and nimble. Dude, I'm not going anywhere near you until you put on a pair of freaking basketball shorts. Get the hell away from me.
Or a cup. What if you had a cup? Is that better?
That would be worse. That would only accentuate.
Well, it would, but you'd only be dealing with the
I don't need that.
plasticky outer.
No. I'll tell you right now. Put on a pair of shorts.
Not the fleshy, floppy parts.
Or this, we're not rolling around as two men. I only roll around with sweaty men in shorts. I got standards.
I give you two dudes swallowing wieners.
Yeah.
Buckley, Ryan. All right. Well, MLB Underboob will be tomorrow to class
Take
this
off
thing
your
up
shirt and throw me.
a little bit. But up next, let's learn about the sexy Beatles in the club on the Fan.
Saving for
From the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, the Blazers now in control in Atlanta. They were 5-point dogs tonight, taking on the Hawks. They have an 80-66 lead midway through the third quarter, 23 points and 11 boards for Denny Avdia. He's just 2 assists shy of a triple-double. Meanwhile, Shaedon Sharpe has added 21, while Toumani Camara has 16. Elsewhere around the league, 5 players have been suspended from fallout from the Pistons T-Wolves scuffle on Sunday. Detroit's Isaiah Stewart going to miss 2 games, while Marcus Sasser, Ron Holland, Dante DiVincenzo, and Naz Reid all get suspended for 1 game each. In the college game, Maryland is hiring Texas A&M head coach Buzz Williams to replace Mark Willard in College Park. On the college gridiron, Mizzou quarterback Drew Pine in the transfer portal again, looking now for his 4th team quarterback. In the NFL, Calais Campbell signs a 1-year deal with the Cardinals to play his 18th NFL season. And on the diamond tonight, the Mariners back to the top of their rotation with Logan Gilbert taking the hill, hosting the Detroit Tigers, who send Casey Mize to the mound for his first start of the season. First pitch from T-Mobile tonight at 6:40. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The inside story on the Blazers, Ducks, and Beavers. Danny and Dusty. Weekdays noon to 3 on the Odyssey app and 1080 The Fan. The following show may contain adult themes not suitable for children.
Shut the hell up.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk.
It does go well with a chicken.
I didn't know hanging out with you was making me smarter.
Full disclosure, Morty, it's not. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and once those seeds wear off, you're gonna lose most of your motor skills, and you're also gonna lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of cheap fun.
I love dog news. This son of a bitch. Holy cow. You want to ride this jock? Let's go.
I think there might be soaking going on.
I'm Jason Sakanik. My penis is very, very important. Just Google largest penis in the world and the view pops up. I can squirt or suck, yes.
You want some pole?
Yeah, give me some pole. And I can squirt from a distance.
I've never seen so much dong in my life. I'm going to show you my boobs. Don't get me wrong, I like the tatted up whore too.
Versace.
I've choked a coop.
It happens.
I'm going to shove a burrito in my ass.
He's a bitch. He jacked a granny.
Jacked a granny
bitch.
today.
Google me, bitch.
Hop on this
He's a
job.
bitch.
You freaking bitch.
Yikes.
That was a montage.
That's rough.
That's
rough.
That is aggressive.
Isaac Robb from downtown.
That was rough.
It's kind of shocking, to be honest with you.
Can you imagine tuning in for the first time and hearing that?
Buck's Nana is tuning in, and I want to hear the show that you're a part of. That's what you get.
Well, I really enjoy the show. Thank you. Bye.
I did meet a couple out at a bar last Friday night, and they were big fans. They were P1s, and I always say when you meet a couple, I always like sorry to the lady that she's forced to listen.
I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm gay.
And I was quickly rebuked with it was she that was the bigger listener, and she demanded that we talk about, what was it, she was fascinated, and she said we needed a deeper discussion on the used sex bots. Remember those used sex dolls? Remember we talked about
used?
Remember years ago we there is a website like an eBay for sex dolls.
Oh.
Where you can buy used sex dolls, and she that was the one thing she was fixated on. She kept coming up to me at the bar and talking to me about that. And I was like, well, I'll be damned. You never know. You never know when you come across those listeners. The husband was like, yeah, sorry about that. I'm like, she feels very passionately. So I don't know what else she wanted us to say about used sex dolls, but they're out there.
That's terrible.
Yeah. Of all the things, there's certain things that you shouldn't buy used, and I would assume that sex dolls is high on that list.
Yeah, but I guess
they're expensive, and so people want deals.
Because they're so expensive, people are like, well, clean it up a little bit. Sure, it's fine. I mean, look, we've all done that, just not with sex dolls, but you know what I mean.
Yes.
We've all like, well, those are pretty expensive. I guess I'll just.
I think there's a difference between buying a used pair of Jordans and buying a used vagina. Well, I guess all vaginas.
Is there?
Well, I guess all vaginas are used technically for the most part, but the artificial, that's. I don't know how you wrap your mind around that one. I really don't.
Disinfectant, probably.
Yeah, a little bleach.
How much bleach and Lysol before you feel comfortable?
Well, you just got to believe in the science that this will kill 99.999% of all germs.
I'm terrified of that.
I think
that
for me,
0.01, to be honest with you.
You can clean it, but I think for me, it's the thought of
someone else, the predecessor doing it.
My mind would never leave the idea of, I wonder
who was here before me.
Yeah, I wonder who it was and how fat he was.
Well, and at least if you bought it off of like the website, maybe you wouldn't know. But imagine buying it off of someone, because then you've seen him.
Like a meetup, like a Craigslist ad.
You've come face to face.
And it's Rick Riz. Would you take Rick
Why?
Riz's?
Why did you have to go down the Rick Riz road?
Why not?
Why?
Thanks, Alan and Braden. Thank you.
You show
I'm going
up
to talk to my friends, Alan and Braden.
You show up on Facebook Live and
on the score in Portland.
And it's Rick Riz's house. He welcomes you in. He's got a mustache on to throw you off the set. He's like, what are you?
His sex doll's got a little mullet. He's got a little toupee on there. What if they could just replace the parts? You know, like
Yeah, you
you
can.
could just drop in a new,
Well, again,
hoo-ha.
you don't remember this, but yes, you can.
I don't remember that.
Not only are there full dolls for sale, but you can buy individual parts.
Well, there you go.
It doesn't matter.
Drop a new hoo-ha in there.
It doesn't matter. You're still
A couple different up tops.
It doesn't.
A couple different sizes.
No.
You know?
You're.
And we're good to go.
No, you're not.
Brand new. Brand spanking new.
Nope.
Only mine.
I'll go out on a limb. Find me something that's worse to buy used than a sex doll. There's nothing.
Anything?
Worse. Anything.
Condoms?
Whoa.
You can't.
Yeah, but it has to actually be something
you can buy. No one's buying used condoms, Buckley.
God, disgusting.
Well, you said think of something worse than I did.
There's nothing worse. Of something that you could actually buy used.
Resale, yes.
There is nothing that is worse
better than this.
than buying a used sex doll.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the cream of the crop.
Boy.
Yeah. Good luck.
What about like an apparatus, like a sex swing?
Still not as bad.
Probably not as bad, right?
It's bad, but it's not that bad. Remember, that was another one that we talked about. Remember that was the guy on Facebook that was selling a sex cage.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah. But again,
how's that going in your house?
I thought it was in your sex dungeon.
It's not getting as much use as I thought. You know, you buy it and you tell yourself you're going to use it all the time, and you just don't. Put the dog in there sometimes when he's been bad. There's nothing that even comes close.
The used sex doll talk is a good reminder why you don't ever really want to meet your partner's exes. Boy, that's a fair point. What's the difference?
Hi, Derek. I ran into him at a Blazer game.
I mean, seriously, what's the difference? It's not like, your wife's she's not a virgin.
No.
So what's the difference? She's clean. Am I wrong?
I'm saying used toothbrush.
Seriously, answer the question.
But you
What's
can't sell
the
a used
difference?
toothbrush either. Just like no one's buying that.
What's the difference?
There's a difference.
What is it?
There's a difference.
See, this is not going to fly. You're wrong.
No.
That guy's right.
There's the difference.
There's no difference.
There is a difference.
You're riding some, let's say you're just going out for a, just pick up something and, have a fun night, right?
Yeah.
You have no idea what she has done before you.
Nope.
That is no different than a used sex doll.
It's different.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is.
Well, you can't just say that.
I can't
have
say
a
it.
tangible reason. You don't have a tangible
There is
reason,
a tangible
which is
reason.
why you're saying that. It's the same thing.
Here's the thing.
Okay, here we go. Finally.
No one has. Well, I guess
Took you long enough.
Someone may have, but it just.
Oh boy. Here we go. This is Jason Sukanik on the fan, everybody. Jason Sukanik.
Oh, all right, I'm pivoting. I'm pivoting off that point. That point will not be made.
There's no difference.
There is a difference because if you're with someone for the first time, right? That is a living, breathing person. That there is a natural process where that stuff kind of goes away. It gets clean. There's a natural flushing process that goes. Here's the difference, right? This is my best.
You're scrambling hard.
Well, I had an analogy, and I was
now
like,
you got
I can't
something.
make that analogy.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a broken play here.
Yeah, totally.
Doesn't mean he can't find a first down, but it's not what he drew up.
Dude, there are flags all over the place.
Here's where we're scrambling, okay? This is the difference. If you go to the ocean or a river and you see me pissing in the river, you will still get in the river, right?
I mean, maybe.
You will.
Probably not like right there.
Well, no, but let's say I'm on the other bank. I'm standing on one side of the Willamette, right? And I'm peeing into the Willamette, and you're on the other side. You're fine. You're still going in that water. If you walk into my bathtub and I'm pissing in it, guess what you're not doing? Getting in my bathtub. One sits and stays and is going to be there for a while. The other gets flushed down and gets mixed with a lot of other things, and it goes away. One sits and stays. That's the difference.
Yeah, that's a bad analogy.
It's a great analogy.
They're both cleanable. I mean,
no. Yeah. You wouldn't get in the bathtub.
Yeah, that
You
the
wouldn't get
bathtub-
in a soiled bathtub.
I heard a Portland comedian, Sean Jordan, do a bit on this recently. He basically said, he's out with some buddies and they were like, they're all in a hot tub. And he's like, so did you guys pee in the tub? And they're like, well, yeah, of course. He goes, okay, so then you won't mind. And he gets up out of the tub and he starts peeing in it from outside the tub. They're like, dude, that's disgusting. He's like, no, you just said you did it.
You don't, One you don't do. You don't. And the other one,
Well,
you're like,
fine.
fine.
I gotta tell you, I happen to think.
Well, then used sex doll is in your future.
I happen to think it is possible that a used sex doll is way better than some of the stuff that is human that is out there. And I'll go to my grave on that one.
There is, God, I wish I could remember that couple's name. This was just last Friday, but if you're listening right now, by the way, you're welcome. You demanded more used sex doll talk, and we delivered. I don't know how we got on this, but we delivered for you.
I mean, if you think about it, at least the protocols for cleaning.
Stop it.
What?
Stop it.
Not all. See, if you have a strong protocol for cleanliness with the USDs, you don't always get that with the humans. You don't know how else that's happening.
Yeah, the text line says here the sex doll might be better because you know that you can actually disinfect it. You can't disinfect a random from the club. I said disinfect.
I don't think you did.
Disinfect.
Lord.
This can't get much worse.
This
all right, we
started.
dumped it.
That's how this started. Was your aggressive drops at the beginning of the club?
Well, I don't know.
You
can blame me, but you're the one that
came in hot.
Some lady comes up to you and wants to talk to you about used sex dolls. That didn't happen to me. That happened to you.
That did happen.
God.
We better move on.
We better move on.
Yeah, probably.
You guys want to talk about the sexy Beatles? They cast the Beatles.
Do they have dolls or there's newer used?
The biopic. Isn't that what it is? It's not biopic, it's biopic.
Look.
Right? Focus.
No.
We're doing radio here.
Well, someone said something and now I'm having to rethink my whole stance because I was pretty dug in.
You had bad arguments right and left.
Someone said use sex doll or dancer from The Bachelor's Inn.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's...
What do you think I was saying?
Yeah, I know. I guess when you put it that way, I don't know, that one hit home for me a little bit.
This is a no-brainer. I'm going use sex doll from here out.
Buckley, can you go ahead and clip that?
Clip that.
Feel like that needs to be...
Come on!
I feel like that needs to be in the rotation.
All right. Yes, no, the Beatles movie biopic is not out until 2028, but they have officially cast.
And it's hot.
The 4 Beatles. It is hot.
Yeah.
You're going to want to see them without their shirts on. Or with their shirts off.
Well, in one, you've seen everything.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
His dong was in...
Saltburn, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's talk about that next on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt.
I just don't believe in rewarding
be down in a minute. All right, listen, you guys can't go. Did you just say we? What? Did you just say we just stepped out of the shower? I said he. Right, okay.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Double Sun Power!
I will use sex doll from here out. They've been talking use sex doll from here out. Oh my god. They're talking about the we've been talking about this Beatles movie.
Yeah.
For a long time now. Everybody gets all fired up.
It's going to be big.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not going to be released until April of 2028. Yeah. And we're already talking about it. It's the one where they're saying they're doing a separate movie on each of the 4 Beatles.
Yes.
Which is cool because, Paul and John get all the love.
Sure.
Mostly Paul, but a lot of John.
Yeah.
You don't really hear as much about George Harrison and Ringo Starr in terms of like just their viewpoint on things.
George certainly had his a little bit, but Ringo kind of is the, he's.
But George was like super private.
Yep.
And Ringo's out there. He'll do anything. I mean, he'll probably come on our show, but it's just, I don't know. They're just wildly different viewpoints, and I think it's cool that they're doing it this way. It's Sony, and it's Sam Mendes.
Mm-hmm.
And so, we're really excited about it, but we have to wait 3 years.
Yeah, but anytime you do one of like the Complete Unknown, which was the Bob Dylan one, that was a big deal. The Queen one, the Freddie Mercury.
I just would rather not know that it's coming.
I know.
If it's 3 years away, like why don't you just start teasing it, keep it under wraps until it's almost done.
Yeah.
And then we get all excited.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
This is like running down to California to fight someone.
But when you, I mean, the Beatles are the biggest thing in music history. I mean, there's no way that this won't be talked about every step of the way. I mean, this will be, by the time this comes, you will either be beyond fired up or you will be sick of hearing about it because it's,
Did you ever watch, I know we talked about it, but I can't remember what you said. Did you watch the
Beatles,
the lost footage?
Yes.
Oh God, that was so good.
Really, really good.
So good.
Yes.
If you haven't seen that, and I
was that Get Back? Was that what that was?
I forget.
Was that what he called it? It's the.
Was it on Amazon Prime? Is that what it was?
No,
Lord of the
HBO.
Rings guy, right?
Yeah, it was Peter Jackson.
Peter Jackson.
I thought it was HBO.
I don't remember what it was on.
I don't remember either.
Oh
but
my
we talked
God,
about it.
It was great.
Yes.
But there are people that didn't like that.
Really?
Yeah, I've talked to a lot of people that even like the Beatles or like music. They thought it was super boring, and I can see that because it's just raw footage of them tinkering in the studio. So some of it there is some downtime.
Yeah, I thought it was fascinating.
Dude, freaking Paul McCartney.
Yeah. Dude's a genius.
I mean, he's a freaking genius. Yes. He just sits down at the piano and just belts out "Hey Jude" off the top of his head.
And I thought it was really weird for me in that, like, I didn't grow up. When did Lennon die? In the 80s.
84?
Lennon, let's look at those. So he died in 1980.
Yeah, 80.
I
knew that.
And I didn't get into the Beatles until much later. I was not a kid's Beatles fan. Mine was probably more college, and then maybe a little bit after that I started appreciating the Beatles. And I wouldn't even say that I'm the world's biggest Beatles fan, but that's when I kind of gained an appreciation for, obviously, their influence. And so, to me, John Lennon he's not even real. He died when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And you hear, like I think about John Lennon, I think about all the different portrayals that there have been of John Lennon in movies, or, Forrest Gump, having the little John Lennon character, and so he's become like a myth to me. He's not real.
See, to me,
and so when I saw that footage, to see John Lennon, I guess being a normal human being, I couldn't take my eyes off of that. That was a trip.
Oh, see, I liked watching Paul more, but to me, John Lennon is Imagine.
Yeah,
I have a hard time with him being such a. The Beatles were before my time, so I don't really. They're kind of not real.
Yeah.
Other than.
Well, especially because if you think of John Lennon and you think of Imagine and Yoko and all that, it's weird when you listen to the early Beatles stuff, which is the definition of bubblegum pop, And you think, wait, this is this revolutionary songwriter and activist, because it really is two separate worlds. John Lennon with the early Beatles, John Lennon with the old, well, I guess it'd be three. John Lennon towards the end of the Beatles, and then John Lennon on his own.
Yeah, it was called Get Back, and it was on Disney Plus.
Disney Plus.
Yeah, the Rob Jackson. What's his name?
Peter Jackson.
Peter Jackson one. And oh my God, it's freaking great.
Yeah.
And Paul McCartney is just jaw-droppingly good.
Yeah.
And I mean, and they all are in their own way. George adds his little spin on things, and John's a little out there, but freaking Paul, man.
Yeah. And then
so they've cast the four.
George Harrison has a good one too, I think, called like The Material World.
Yeah, his is really
also
good.
really, really
but
good.
it's not about the Beatles, it's about him.
It's about him.
Which is also good, but it's, again, that's what I'm saying, like, with George and Ringo, you just never really get much of their perspective on the Beatles.
No.
It's always Paul and John's perspective, so this will be cool. So here's who they cast. Paul will be played by Paul Mescal.
And I believe he is the guy from Gladiator 2, if I'm not mistaken.
No idea, but I know he's handsome.
He was you probably didn't see Gladiator 2. And to be honest with you, you don't need to see Gladiator 2.
I could have told you that without you having told me that.
It's not very good. And the weird part about that is the CGI in it is worse than the original Gladiator, which is so strange. But yes, he played Maximus's son in the new Gladiator, and I don't know what else necessarily he's been in. That's what I know him from. And he's Irish.
Harris Dickinson will play John Lennon.
And I don't know who that is.
See, you just got to Google image these dudes.
Yes. Well, no, I saw him. I don't think I know him.
I don't know him either.
He was the one when I saw this. The other three I knew. I cannot say that I was familiar with Harris Dickinson.
Joseph Quinn will be George Harrison.
And obviously he's been around a lot. His main one that I think most people would know him from is he was from Stranger Things. He was the rock and roll guy, the Hellfire Club. Was it Eddie?
I know the guy you're talking about. Billy.
No. Billy was the brother.
Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Sorry.
No, he was the kind of the outcast guy that ends up dying, that played the Metallica solo on top of the motorhome. He became famous through Stranger Things.
They're saying that he was in Game of Thrones.
Was he in Game of Thrones too?
Yeah, he was. Let me see who he played. He was also in Gladiator 2. Joseph Quinn.
Yes, I think Joseph Quinn played one of the inbred emperors.
Whoa.
I believe. So Joseph Quinn is probably the most known right now. He's probably the most famous of these four.
Okay, yeah, he just played a Stark soldier in Game of Thrones.
I thought he was one of the...
His name was Coner. You may recognize him?
In Game of Thrones?
In Game of Thrones.
In Gladiator, he was one of the...
Yeah, no, I'm talking about Game of Thrones.
Okay.
And then Barry Keoghan will play Ringo Starr.
Yes.
Is that how you pronounce his name?
Yes.
And he's the guy who was dancing around naked in Salt Man or whatever that was.
Saltburn. He hangs dong.
Yeah.
And
he's got like that kind of suck the lemon face.
He's the new Joker in the Batman.
He does have suck the lemon face.
And he was also in the Banshees of the Ireland.
Banshees of Inisherin.
Yes, Inisherin.
He's a good actor.
Yes,
I will say.
Yes. So he'll be Ringo. So we'll see like 2 seconds of him because it's Ringo.
So people are already talking about
sexy.
Them being the sexy Beatles.
Yeah.
Although I guess the Beatles were kind of heartthrobby back in the day, weren't they?
Yes.
Weren't the girls all swooning over the Beatles?
100%.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Although,
even Ringo?
Wait until the controversy, because the gal in the Honora that just won the Academy Award, what's her name?
No idea.
Mickey Madsen. She just won the Academy Award for Honora. There is the rumor that she is going to be Yoko Ono.
Oh, okay.
But she's not Japanese.
Oh, no.
Nor is she really Asian. She's Jewish. So,
really?
Yeah. So
now, why would they do that?
I don't know. I hope that that's just a bad internet rumor, but
what does the BTJ think of Yoko Ono? Like, is Yoko Ono like?
He has no idea.
She doesn't. Well, she's too young.
Yeah.
But what would the BTJ's stoic businessman father think of Yoko? Well, like, what was Yoko a big deal over there?
I don't know. I should ask that question. I should have. I can shoot him a text and just a random, hey, by the way, what do you think of Yoko Ono? Well, we all hate her and think she's a crazy bitch. I don't know what they think about
She's
her.
in the Get Back.
Yeah,
she's in the doc.
terrible, by the way.
Yeah,
she sucks.
She just kind of seemed
and
weird.
Most people blame her for John Lennon going off the deep end.
She just kind of seemed like she was always on drugs.
Yeah. Well, they were too. If you watch that, towards the end of that thing,
especially John.
John and Paul are both just loaded. They are high as a kite.
All right. Good talk. Good talk right there.
Bye.
Buck's done with the sexy Beatles. Guarantee, though, this wins Academy Awards. Anytime you do these music picks, they always... Ray Charles, Academy Award for Jamie Foxx. Rami Malek, Academy Award for Freddie Mercury. Timothy Chalamet, Academy Award, Bob Dylan. This will be...
What ones didn't?
I don't know if Joaquin Phoenix won for Johnny Cash, but he was nominated. These just always end up being acclaimed.
I loved Walk the Line. I thought that was really good.
Didn't Reese win Best Actress?
Yeah, she won.
Yeah, I think she won
movie.
for June. But I don't think Joaquin won.
He was nominated, though. I think you're right.
These are always big deals, and this will be the biggest of the big. This will just be enormous.
All right. Here's Buck with Sports Center.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Reynolds Defense Firm. If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys that you can put your trust into. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on the fan, on the hardwood tonight, the Blazers back in action. They're shorthanded and 5-point dogs in Atlanta, but right now they have a 6-point lead on the Hawks with about 8 minutes to play down in Atlanta. 25 points from Denny Avdia, 24 from Shaden Sharp. Tumani Kamara has added 18. Elsewhere around the association, Stephen Curry having a big night for the Golden State Warriors. He's already got 38 points in just over 2.5 quarters of play, 10 of 13 from beyond the arc. The single-game record is 14 set by Klay Thompson. In the college game, Maryland is hiring Texas A&M head coach Buzz Williams to replace Mark Willard in College Park. Meanwhile, on the college gridiron, former Mizzou quarterback Drew Pine is in the transfer portal again, looking for his 4th collegiate team to quarterback. In the NFL, Calais Campbell signing a 1-year deal with the Cardinals to play his 18th NFL season. And in just a matter of moments, first pitch between the Mariners and Tigers up at T-Mobile. Mariners back to the top of their rotation with Logan Gilbert getting the ball tonight. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Live, local, and free. No subscription required. Portland's sports leader is 1080 The Fan.
Portland Perks. Looking for some fun that the whole family can enjoy? Right now, you can get one ride bracelet to Oaks Amusement Park and get a second one free. A limited quantity is available only at portlandperks.com. Oaks Park, where the fun never ends.
It's March matchups at BetMGM. Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Check out BetMGM Originals for dozens of markets you won't find anywhere else. Take a shot at our exciting free-to-play games for your chance at scoring odds boost tokens, bonus bets, and many other prizes. Experience college hoops like never before with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Some U.S. promotional offers are not available in Mississippi, New York, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-
1080 with Isaac and Suk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Can I get a hot tub? I love cows.
I do want to tell you that Hot Corner's coming up next. And let me tell you something. Freaking Schultze is bringing his A game tonight. And do you know how I know that?
Wait, let me guess. He's wearing Mariner gear.
He has a Mariner headband on.
Schultze, get in. Come stand by Buck. I need to know.
Look at that thing.
Oh.
Hell to the yeah, dude.
Huh. Boy, I don't.
It's like a samurai headband.
Yeah, what do we...
He says it's like the Bryce Harper look.
Is that new from opening day? Did you get that up at opening day? Hell yeah.
Now, can I ask, is he wearing that, like, I get it,
Keeps
like
the sweat from the show back.
Yeah, like a workout. Like I'll wear one of those when I ride a bike. Are you wearing that like in place of a hat, or is okay?
He says yes.
So you just wear that out and about. Like you go out.
He's rocking it, dude.
You're going out to get a hot dog wearing that.
You know what
he
he
says
is?
in here.
He's a man of increase.
In here, he'll do that.
That is a man of increase. I'm jealous. Like that's, I always talk about how I want to be a hat guy. Like I want to wear a Stetson, like open road, and I can't bring myself to do it. That's the sort of confidence
I love a headband
that you need in order to wear something like that.
Says he loves it. It's very comfortable.
I'm a big headband guy.
When you work out?
I don't work out, but I just like, I wore one at the old fan combine.
Oh yeah.
I like headbands.
Yeah.
I'm a big headband guy.
But weren't you only wear them while you're working? Like, where else would you wear one?
Yeah, that's why I don't wear them anymore.
Yeah.
But,
I have a couple that are like that, but again, I usually wear one under my bike helmet because when you don't have hair, it is alarming how much sweat pours down your head. So I'll wear one to do that, but I don't think I could bring myself to wear one. Schultze has a confidence right now that I cannot.
He's rocking it,
Yeah,
man.
His swagger's on 11 out of
Dude,
10.
it is.
It's
You know what that
phenomenal.
is? That's Riz.
He is.
And he's dripping with it.
He's the Rizzler.
And he's
And
got
I love
his
it.
gold chains on and his batting practice jersey.
And his Mariner quarter zip, whatever that he's wearing.
And his Dutch Bros, bro. God, it's a vibe.
Yeah, baby. He's a beaut, isn't he?
It is
Corn
a
Pop, you're a
vibe.
damn beaut.
It's a vibe. All right, we'll wrap it up next. I have one more story for you. It involves Chick-fil-A.
We won't get to it, but all right.
That's next, maybe, on The Fan.
Goodbye, Gino.
Traded by
Can I get a hot tub?
Well, we leave you on a sad note tonight. Rest in peace, Shirley Obert.
Who?
I knew you were going to ask that.
Thank you.
She was a 67-year-old Chick-fil-A employee who survived a car crash in Georgia. She was in full Chick-fil-A uniform, only to die soon after when she plunged into a hidden deep well while walking to get help.
What?
You heard me.
This is like the person that survived that San Francisco plane crash, got out of the plane, and then was hit by a fire truck.
There were two of them, I think.
Yeah, there was two. So, lady crashes.
Yep.
Gets out.
Yep.
Is like, oh my God, thank God I'm alive.
Yep.
And then falls into a well?
Correct.
What?
And
well,
dies.
Where are these wells that you're falling into?
Well, there is a picture of it. Boy, I tell you, it is a lawsuit for her family. I mean, I guess, but like, so it looks like that.
Oh.
It's just a,
huh.
You know, you could fall. It's like, I guess she fell 20 feet or something. She was dead down at the base of it.
Oh my God.
And they didn't find her. So authorities said that they went to the scene of the crash.
Yeah.
And they were like, where's Shirley?
Sure. Was it a bad crash?
It doesn't really say.
It says survives crash, which makes you think it's really bad, but...
Well, she was walking.
Yeah.
And she got out of there. Authorities blasted out alerts urging those in the area to be on the lookout for her, noting that she was wearing her red Chick-fil-A uniform at the time.
So easily spotted. She looks great, by the way, for being 67.
So 24 hours later, authorities provided a grim update. They said the Monroe County Sheriff's Office has located Miss Shirley Obert. It is not the outcome we were hoping for. She was found deceased at the bottom of a deep well that was surrounded by very thick brush near where her car was found.
Oh my gosh.
She stepped in the exact wrong place.
Yeah, because it doesn't look like a huge opening.
It's not a huge opening at all. But she's skinny, or at least looks it.
Well, I'll tell you, yeah, here's the thing. No offense, but I think a lot of us aren't dying in that well. I think our fatness would save us.
This says...
that's like Final Destination stuff.
Yeah.
Like
it's your time.
You were meant to die in the car crash, and then
That's
death
right.
forgot to come for you, and he was like, oh yeah, by the way, well.
Yep. The sheriff's office added, Mrs. Obert appeared to have been trying to go for help when this incident occurred. This appears to be a tragic accident.
Yeah, because, I mean, it's like a manhole cover.
Yeah, but it wasn't covered.
It wasn't covered. But that's like the size of it.
But it's the side of a road, so, like, who's responsible for that?
I don't know.
Like,
and why is she walking? I guess you're not, I mean, why would you be walking through the brush? But maybe she just wanted to stay off the highway, or...
Yeah, she's trying to get help or something.
Trying to get help. Decided
Rest
to
in peace.
Go on a nature walk. That's
Shirley Obert.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Why are we ending on that story? That's
At least she doesn't have to work at Chick-fil-A anymore.
No, she doesn't. Hey, I'll say this. The Chick-fil-A people are the happiest people in the sandwich game. You ever encountered those?
I've never been to Chick-fil-A.
Well, shame on you, because they make a strong bird. And I'm telling you right now, I don't go to a lot of fast food places, but when you do, and I get it, go to a Popeyes sometimes, those people will tell you to go F yourself. My kids worked at Taco Bell. Trust me, they don't give an S. Somehow the Chick-fil-A people are whoever they hire.
It's like a requirement to be more pleasant. There's certain things they can and can't say.
Yeah, they are the nicest.
Well, they train them.
Like when you thank them, they're not allowed to say you're welcome, as if that, like they're supposed to say it wasn't a problem or something like that.
Look, you can train someone however you want. It is shocking that they are as nice as they are. I'd say like every, I don't know, 2, maybe 3 months, you swing by Chick-fil-A and grab a sandwich on my way home or something. If I need to grab something quick. And every time, those people are simply delightful. It's unbelievable. I don't know why they can't get other employees at other places to do that, but Chick-fil-A's got something. Maybe they give them like ketamine or whatever when they show up to work.
You need to go to Bi-Mart.
Same sort of thing?
Oh, they're great.
Yeah.
Same people every time.
Right? Isn't it crazy how some people, but then you go to a different place across the street and...
Costco's pretty good.
Yeah, Costco's pretty solid.
It's all in the company and how they treat and train their employees.
People, yeah,
that's it.
Because some places it's rough.
It's like Odyssey.
Go to a Dairy Queen sometime, they'll throw your Blizzard at you. They don't care.
Boy, you ain't kidding.
No, that's
last time we went to Dairy Queen. I'm like, wow, we're lucky to even get this ice cream.
Exactly. Yeah, no one at Dairy Queen cares. Dairy Queen and Popeyes, I'm telling you, it's rough.
But those are franchises, right?
Yeah. It doesn't matter. You've never been to a Dairy Queen or ever been to a Popeyes where anyone gave you any kind of service.
All right, everybody. You have a wonderful night, okay?
See what I can do.
We want you to do that.
Bill Schultze in his headband.
Schultze and his samurai headband. His vibe is coming up next with Hot Corner. We're back tomorrow.